A really good opportunity here at this Kiltorcan Family Fun Day for these drivers to gain some experience in a calmer environment than the average race day. And obviously, a lot of them, in fact all of them I believe, with their families here to enjoy the racing, enjoy a bit of friendly competition, and indeed to enjoy the barbecue that will be coming up at the end of the day. As we wait for the green flag, there it is, the green flag flies, and we are away for the T4 Bambinos. It is Frankie Stafford who starts on pole. Billy Clancy, forgive me, starts in second, and then PJ Bowes in third position. Oh, a spin straight away off the start there. What an unfortunate turn of events there at turn number 1 for the 1-2-4 machine of Danny Clancy, spinning immediately on cold tyres. That is such a disappointing start to this 4-lap race for Clancy. He was having a chat with his brother Billy a few moments before they got sent out onto the track, and immediately having a tough time down at turn 1, losing that second place to PJ Bowes, who is more than happy to take it off of him as they rocket through the first sector. It is still Frankie Stafford who leads the way from pole position in front of PJ Bowes, and then Danny Clancy, who is now down to third position, but he will be looking to make that up. Potentially just getting caught out a little bit on the wet at turn number 1, although from my position in the commentary box it does look to be very dry down there, so potentially just cold tyres catching him out. But he is closing down that gap. I can already see from the commentary box that he is beginning to reel in bit by bit, kart length by kart length, beginning to gain on PJ Bowes, who took that second position off him. But as they come up to the line, it is still going to be Frankie Stafford who leads the way, a 1:25.0 lap time. Then comes PJ Bowes in second, 1:28.3, so 3 seconds slower than Frankie Stafford, but off the start, having avoided a collision, that is perfectly understandable. 3.3 second gap between Stafford and Bowes, and then a 1.8 second gap between Bowes and Clancy. So let's take a look at that as they come through the next 3 sectors and complete their second lap of the race. We'll see if that gap reduces down from 1.8 seconds to anything below that. 1.833 is the gap as they came across the line. But all of these drivers doing a decent job off the start. Obviously Clancy getting unfortunate with that spin on cold tyres, but nevertheless just about managing to stick with the lead group, not falling away, and crucially still in the fight. Now this grid of 3 will be reversed for the next race, so it will be PJ Bowes who will start on pole in front of Danny Clancy, and Freddie Stafford will start in third position of 3 thanks to the reverse grid. Now PJ Bowes is actually gaining quite considerably on Frankie Stafford. That gap was at 3 seconds there or thereabout, and it is now down to 1.4. So on lap 3 of 4 here, it does look to be a 2-horse race for the win. Frankie Stafford leading the way, but that gap is closing. PJ Bowes really reeling him in now, as Stafford has gone wide there through turn number 5 and through turn 6 and 7. That gap has reduced down immensely. It's now only maybe about 10 kart lengths. PJ Bowes using all of the track on the exit. This looks to be advantage Bowes, who in the lottery qualifying was put at the back, but seems to have the pace to get right up to the front. That gap is now less than a second. I can easily that from my position here in the commentary box, closing down rapidly. PJ Bowes really putting in an incredible shift, going 2 seconds faster than Freddie Stafford as they cross the line on that last lap. So a very interesting battle emerging up the front, and as they come on to the start-finish straight, they will see the last lap board, and PJ Bowes will realise that this is all or nothing. Freddie Stafford goes defensive to the inside, or perhaps just opening up his entry into the first corner, but as they exit the first corner, PJ Bowes using all of the exit and a bit more, and that is a very, that really is a statement of intent from PJ Bowes once again. He hasn't bested his last time, but he has closed that gap on that lap by a full second, and he is now all over the front of him as they make their way through sector number 1. A fantastic performance by PJ Bowes, doing a fantastic job avoiding that collision at turn 1 and then closing down Stafford at the front, as they are now on the last lap, circulating through the second to last sector. They will see the checkered flag when they cross the line. The question is, will Freddie Stafford be able to hold on to this victory in the 151 machine? The 107 of PJ Bowes still just about hanging on to his tail. He'll be looking to get a run out of the final corner. Let's look to the back of the track, down onto the final straight. The checkered flag is ready and waiting, and by the looks of things, yes indeed, it will be Freddie Stafford who takes the checkered flag in this first T4 Bambino heat of the day. A fantastic performance by Stafford to win from pole, but the story really is with PJ Bowes, who managed to climb from third place to only finish 2 seconds behind Freddie Stafford, who won, but closing down that gap by a full second on the second to last lap. That is an incredible achievement for the young man. What a race there by our Bambinos. It just goes to show that there's always excitement, even when the karts are spread out by maybe a few seconds. With the T4 Bambinos, there is always something to be excited about. I'm going to take a quick swig of water while our T4 Minis make their way out onto the track. So the T4 Minis circulating their way around Kiltorcan Raceway, getting ready to go. 9 Minis taking part in this race. Excuse me, 10 Minis indeed. There is only 9 on my entry sheet, but I can tell you that there is 10 drivers in this Mini category. I can count them: 3, 6, 9 and 10. Yes, indeed. Now they will be going racing as soon as they cross the line, so you can see them all forming their way into tram lines, even though there aren't really any tram lines at this stage of the circuit. Still getting ready for the start. Now there is one driver down towards the back of the pack. I'm not entirely sure who that is. Indeed, I won't be able to tell you until they cross the line, but perhaps having some mechanical issues there and not being able to catch up. But as they come down towards the line, they're being told to slow to get back into position. Will we go racing, or will we go for another formation lap? We are racing at Kiltorcan in the Minis, and it looks to be a good start by both of our leaders. Straight away off the start leads the 642 machine of Jack Harney down through turn number 1, maintaining his pole position. Then comes Jack Fingleton, I do believe that is, and I can tell you that the driver going slowly with some mechanical issues there is Harley Brereton, or perhaps James Stafford Jr. In fact, I believe it's James Stafford Jr. who is egging his kart on, urging it, please go, but just no drive in that T4 Mini, so potentially some issues with the setup of the engine there, just not able to compete in this session, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if he pulls into the pits to try and rectify that. But as we see all of the drivers circulating their way through sector number 3, it is a lead quartet, as we can see, coming down onto the back straight. Let's take a look as they cross the line. It is still going to be Jack Harney who leads the way across the line. Then comes Jack Fingleton, Senan McLaughlin and Jim McLeish Jr., who's managed to jump Evan McLaughlin to get up into 4th position. So Jim McLeish Jr. sitting behind Senan McLaughlin, both of them wearing, well, the exact same, the same overalls and the same helmet. Well, obviously 2 pairs of each. But here comes Senan McLaughlin up the inside of Jack Fingleton. Can Jim McLeish Jr. make a move? No, he can't. So it is Senan McLaughlin who makes his way up into 2nd position and now goes chasing after Jack Harney in front. Jack Harney, a very fast young man, making his way through sector number 3, stretching out a little gap, capitalising on that battling. Senan McLaughlin going a bit defensive through turn number 13 there, turn 14 indeed, as they come on to the back straight. Let's take a look at the gaps as they cross the line. They were all covered by half a second last time around. Let's take a look if that gap has stretched out. Indeed, it has more or less doubled. Now 9/10 of a second separate the top 4. So this quartet spacing out ever so slightly. As we can see, there's also a battle emerging for position number 7, headed up by the 673 of Corey Lyons. In front of Harley Brereton, and I can tell you that it is James Stafford Jr. who unfortunately has that issue with the engine, still running around at the back of the pack, unfortunately for him, or perhaps has pulled into the pits. I'm not entirely sure. I can count 4, 6, 8, 9. So yes, unfortunately, James Stafford Jr. pulling into the pits there, not able to take any further parts in this session, thanks to those pesky troubles that he had with his kart immediately out of the gates. Not even any contact, just unfortunately a mechanical issue for the young man, but he can still pull it back in the second heat later on this afternoon, as Jack Harney still leads the way. Senna McLaughlin, though, chasing him down. Harney going a little bit defensive through turn number 3, it looked like, as I glanced over. And then comes Jack Bingleton in third place in front of Jim Claridge Jr., who is still trying to chase him down. The battle for position number 7 still headed up by Corey Lyons, however. So 2 battles really on the track now. It is a quartet for the lead, and then 2 karts for position 7. Corey Lyons leading Harley Brereton, as I say. So that's a battle to watch out for. Another battle to watch out for is the one at the front, as Senna McLaughlin goes up the inside of Jack Harney and takes the lead. Can he hold it? Harney is going to try and cut back at him through turn 15. Not able to do anything, though. Will we see a move coming down into turn 1? These 2 drivers dueling away down towards turn 1. Nothing can be made of it, and it is Senna McLaughlin who maintains the lead, having seized it only about a third of a lap before. Still, look at that, pushing and pushing, bum drafting all the way from Jack Harney down through the first sector. They're side by side through turn number 6. And indeed, coming through turn number 7, Senna McLaughlin just about manages to hold on to the lead. So it is now the top 4 sandwiched between Senna McLaughlin and Jim Claridge Jr., who, as I say, wearing identical gear, white helmet and orange and black overalls. As we see the battle for position 7 really hotting up, with Corey Lyons and Harley Brereton really going hammer and tong through turn number 6, having a great battle of things. So battles up and down the pack. Unfortunately, and there's a spin there on the exit of turn number 12. I'll bring you news as to who that is. That looks like Billy Green, who's had an unfortunate spin, but it is the leaders who are as you were, as Jack Harney looked at potentially getting a cutback on the exit of the first corner. Not able to make anything of it, though. Can he make a move into turn 5? No. Just about holding station, realizing that in this 8-lap heat, this isn't the time to go battling just yet. Generally speaking, in go-kart racing, you will see drivers waiting until the second to last lap, or indeed the final lap. And I suspect, thanks to the fact that this is a quartet for the lead, if Jack Harney is going to size up a move, it will be at some point on the last lap. As we're on lap 6 of 8 now, we will be seeing, I believe, the final lap board. Now, it is there are a number of different timing systems, so I will have to get used to which one this is, as we see Jack Harney going up the inside into turn number 1. Can he seize the lead off Senna McLaughlin? He's up the inside and indeed is through. Jack Harney retakes the lead on lap 7 of 8, and that a complete wiping of my prediction that he would leave it to the last lap. A fantastic move there by Jack Harney, managing to retake the lead off Senna McLaughlin, who seized it off him only a few laps ago. Senna McLaughlin looking for a run on the exit of turn 7, not able to make anything of it, and we will see the checkered flag as they come round this time. So it is the timing system where it is laps completed rather than present lap. So we are on the final lap, into the final sector. A move up the inside there by Jim Claridge Jr. Senna McLaughlin retakes the lead in a bold move up the inside at turn 14. This is going to be a battle right the way to the flag. Jack Harney retaking the lead off him as they come up to the line now. No, we will see the last lap board. So my mistake, it is now the final lap. So things kicking off a lap earlier than I anticipated. Jack Harney back into the lead. These two trading places right up at the front. Jim Claridge still looking to make moves from 4th position. Jack Harney so defensive to the inside at turn number 5. It is 3 wide. This is incredible. Through goes Senna McLaughlin. Jack Fingleton getting hung out to dry. Jim Claridge Jr. making a move up the inside. So is Jack Harney, not able to make anything of it. So it is now McLaughlin, Harney, Claridge Jr., and then will come Jack Fingleton, who's been bumped down from 3rd to 4th, having tried to make an opportunistic move. Jim McClaridge Jr. thinking about a move up the inside of Harney. That's not going to work. Harney making his way through the final sector. They will approach the checkered flag. It is ready to be shown, and by the looks of things, as they make their way up to the line, it will be Senan McLaughlin who sees the flag first. What a fantastic result for Senan McLaughlin. He was really made to fight for that one by Jack Harney, who unfortunately was about 20 metres short as he made the move into turn number 1, but a fantastic performance by all of our drivers. As we see Billy Green comes across the line, and the battle for position number 6, well, excuse me, the position number 7 was eventually won by Harley Brereton, who took the position away from Corey Lyons, who finished an unfortunate 3 seconds behind Brereton. So disappointing end to that battle for position 7. All eyes were really on the leaders as they were battling almost constantly in the final 2 laps. That really was a very exciting affair, starting as they mean to go on. So let's take you through the finishing order. It was Senan McLaughlin who won in front of Jack Harney in 2nd. Then came Jim Clarence Jr. in 3rd in front of Jack Fingleton and Evan McLaughlin, who finished in 5th. Then came Billy Green, Harley Brereton, Corey Lyons, Nicolas Surinsku, and then James Stafford Jr., who unfortunately was forced to retire after engine issues. So a wonderful start to proceedings here in the T4 Mini category. 2 races completed out of the 15, and indeed my voice is already starting to hurt, so that tells you that it is going to be a wonderful day of racing here at the Kiltorcan Family Fun Day, brought to you by all of our partners: PBR, OHR, Staples and Motorsport, Sure Engineering, Carney Engineering, Moorhan's Garage, Croak International, Thomastown Creche and Montessori, Brereton Building Services, Tiddlywinks, Ignite, Carroll's Centra, and indeed Kart Paddock. So big thanks to all of our sponsors for helping us to put on this event, which is a tribute and a little treat for the T4 drivers who have made this year's T4 Ireland Series what it is and indeed what it was. And it was a fantastic season of racing. So a little treat for them all to head out onto the track and fight for glory one more time before some friendly chats and a bit of a barbecue later on, as well as some prize giving. So that concludes the T4 Minis. Next we will be moving on to the Juniors, and it is set to be another fantastic affair. 17 drivers taking part in the junior category, matched with the T4 Senior 168s, who are putting on an impressive grid this weekend, it has to be said. Really doing a fantastic job bringing out this many drivers. Unfortunately, not many T4 Senior 168 drivers making it to the Nations Cup, only 2 from Team Ireland. But everyone seeming to get a run out here in the Kiltorcan Family Fun Day, which is wonderful to see, especially given that our T4 Senior 168 drivers can bring their families along and everyone can enjoy the action, or indeed they can watch along on the live stream from home. Very welcome to all of you who are just joining us on Facebook Live, on the Kiltorcan Raceway Facebook, or indeed Vantage Point Videos Facebook. It is wonderful to have you along. My name is Simon Byford. I'll be taking you through all of the action that we have today in each of our 5 classes, 2 heats and a final for each of our classes. And then we'll be awarding a few trophies and having a barbecue to celebrate the end of this season of racing. What a season it has been. So a big thank you to all of our drivers who have made it what it has been. And I have to say, my first time commentating on a T4 Ireland race weekend, even though it is simply a family fun day, it really does show just how wonderful these drivers are, just how skilled they are, and indeed the perks of kart racing. And immediately, I'm interrupting my nostalgic self there, immediately a spin straight out of the pit lane. I'm going to try and find out who that is. That is the 772 machine, perhaps. as I look to my sheet. 772 is not on there, so I'm not entirely sure who that was. Unfortunately, having a spin, managing to get going again. I might be able to tell you who it is by the position that they line up in. Indeed, it looks to be perhaps even our pole sitter, perhaps either our first placed or second placed driver. Now, unfortunately, I don't have live timing at this stage, so I can't tell you who exactly that is. Could it be Jack Mackenzie Smith, I'm thinking, with a red helmet and black overalls? Unfortunately, I don't have the live stream pulled up. That is something that I should probably work on, but nevertheless, we do have this race to focus on, so that shall be the priority as they come up to the line. We get ready to go racing, and we are racing indeed. Straight away down into the first corner, moves galore. Straight up into the lead goes the 606 machine. Fantastic start there by Josh Allen in the green overalls. I think that might have been Freddie Kyo who had that unfortunate spin. But nevertheless, it is Josh Allen who takes the lead immediately off the start. Then comes the 749 machine, I believe that is, of Max O'Neill, doing a fantastic job, starting in fifth, making his way all the way up into second. What a start by O'Neill. That is fantastic from the young man in this 8-lap heat around this 1,100-meter circuit. So a good start by all of our leaders, nice and clean, nobody getting involved in any contact. It didn't look like, at least. And as they all sort of separate their way out, some moves down towards the back there, but no contact, and indeed nothing coming of it. But as they come across the line, it will be, indeed, the timing shows, Josh Allen with a lead of 1.8 seconds immediately in one lap. That is sensational. Then comes, it was Warren Russell. Max O'Neill did climb his way up into second, but he's been bumped down to third by Russell. Then Joey Carney climbing up 5 positions from where he started. He currently sits in position number 4, and indeed it is a trio for position number 2. Carney looking up the inside there of Max O'Neill. Can he make the move? No, he can't. So Joey Carney immediately showing his hand in this race, and straight away back up the inside of Max O'Neill, manages to take the position. O'Neill lifts his hand off the wheel, saying there was no need for that contact, man. What are you doing? But Joey Carney making his presence known, making his statements clear as there's more moves back of the pack. That is the battle for position number 14, I believe. That could be Sish McMahon getting involved, the woman who was very fast in practice, but it is still Josh Allen who leads the way in front of Warren Russell and Joey Carney, with Max O'Neill now falling back into the clutches of Billy Clancy, who's currently occupying 5th position. And Billy Clancy, no slouch, will be looking to make a move, and indeed they're side by side through turn number 5 and 6, and Clancy takes the position away from Max O'Neill, who perhaps isn't used to starting up towards the front, just struggling to find form in these opening laps. But nevertheless, we can almost guarantee that he will find that as the weekend, or as the day goes on, I keep calling it a weekend, I'm not entirely sure why. I suppose it's just force of habit. 3 wide, 3 wide there on through turn number 11. That is a fantastic showing from, I believe that is indeed Wesley Brereton, Isaac and Sish McMahon. That is Isaac Kajorek, all getting involved with each other as they make their way down towards the first corner. All of the drivers still just, well, mainly holding each other up in the midfield. There's a gaggle of 6 karts there battling away. That is the battle for position 6, and there's straight away a spinner, unfortunately, there. That is, I believe that could be Jack Mackenzie Smith or Adam Butler even. I believe that might have been in the 715 machine. I believe it is Adam Butler in the 735, having an unfortunate time. He did spin in practice, so a disappointing set of corners for Adam Butler, who now finds himself having fallen off the back of that train, and it is reduced down to a train of, well, it is still a train of 6 karts. I'm not entirely sure, is that a blue flag runner at the front, or what indeed the story is there, but we will see as they come across the line. Still side by side though in this battle, and it will be Daniel Grigor who leads the battle in front of Taman Taman Kajorek in front of Wesley Brereton and Freddie Keogh as they came across the line, at least, as huge moves down into turn number 5. That is a supremely bold manoeuvre there from the man in the green overalls. That is, I'm not entirely sure who. It could be Freddie Keogh, perhaps, or perhaps Brereton. 3 wide. This is incredible. I really do need to get an understanding of which drivers are which in this battle, but it's so difficult to do that as a commentator when they're always switching around. This is absolutely sensational racing in this 8-lap heat, lap 5 of 8, and we are currently on a fantastic battle. Look at that, almost indeed 3 wide on the exit there. That is absolutely sensational. I'm going to look at the driver tracking to get an impression of who this is. So it is Taman Kajorek who leads the way down into turn number 1 in those green overalls, and then comes Daniel Grigor with his blue overalls and red helmet, and a move between, that looks like Freddie Keogh and Taylor Brereton, all battling away, and indeed that looks like Jack Mackenzie Smith. It is Jack Mackenzie Smith trying to have a look at the inside. Will he succeed? Won't he succeed? He won't, unfortunately. Jack Mackenzie Smith having to hold position. Then Wesley Brereton is also involved in that, as indeed is Adam Butler, and Sish McMahon could potentially get involved with only a 9/10 gap to the kart in front with battling. That can close very quickly as there's a driver going slowly on the apex of turn 14. This is so difficult to keep track of all of the battles. Not entirely sure who that was. It could be Kajorek as they make their way down through the first corner, and indeed that looks like Taylor Brereton has overtaken, and indeed has overtaken Kajorek through sector number 1. Kajorek just falling down the order, unfortunately, and Max O'Neill really is going to be thanking his lucky stars for this, because he's currently racing in a world of his own, down in 4th position, having found his feet after that difficult first few laps. But the news up the front is that Josh Allen still leads the way, now with a 6-second gap. That is absolutely incredible. Warren Russell still sits in 2nd place as they come across the line. Joey Carney still in 3rd. Billy Clancy remains in 4th. All of them trying to work together before sizing up moves on the final lap. And that battle on the fringes of the top 10. This looks like Jack Mackenzie Smith going for a move on Daniel Grigor, and it is Jack Mackenzie Smith that retakes that position, or indeed perhaps simply takes it. I'm not sure what the order was before that move was made. And now Daniel Grigor really coming under pressure from Adam Butler behind, and indeed Butler coming under pressure from Brereton. So this is now a quartet for position number 7 there, position number 8, as the 2 karts of Tyler Brereton and Taman Kajorek have now broken away slightly with a gap of 1.5 seconds to Mackenzie Smith behind them. But it is still the leaders as you were. And indeed, I've got so caught up in that battle that I've entirely missed the checkered flag. Josh Allen has won it by 7.3 seconds. That is an incredible margin to win by in an 8-lap heat. Joey Carney managed to seize 2nd place off Warren Russell, who finished in 3rd. Billy Clancy remained in 4th, and Tyler Brereton finished in 5th. Then came Max O'Neill in front of Taman Kajorek and Jack Mackenzie Smith. Then came Daniel Grigor and Adam Butler rounding out the top 10 in front of Wesley Brereton and Sish McMahon in 12th. Freddie Keogh finished in 13th in front of Robert Butler, who was unfortunate to be involved in a spin at the start, I do believe. Then came Ian Kajorek and Isabel McDermott in front of Emily Stafford, who I believe, all drivers, in fact that's a feel-good story from this race. All the drivers who started saw the checkered flag, so isn't that wonderful? It means that we're not going to have to clear up any stricken karts, and straight away our senior drivers are getting prepared to start their karts and head out. We can be expecting them to head out without delay for this first race of the senior category, at least, at this Kiltorcan Family Fun Day here at Kiltorcan Raceway. What an event it has been so far. Battles up and down the grid in each of our classes that we've had, and we still have 2 more races in this rotation of heats, and then we'll move on to heat number 2 for each of them, the Bambinos, Minis, Juniors, Seniors, and 168s. Fantastic race then by the Juniors for their first heat of the day. I have to say, doing a fantastic job. And excuse me there, I just had to make sure that the live stream microphone was working. Unfortunately, I am alone in the commentary box. I don't have any producers or anything, so I have to make sure that the equipment is working just by myself. Now, the equipment in question is a radio mic and a smartphone, but, you know, in any case, one has to be proactive and make sure that it is all working. As we prepare for the senior heat, the last thing that I want to do is have all of you watching the live stream and no one explaining the action, even if the explanation isn't perhaps the best that it could be. It is an explanation nonetheless. Planned start time on the live timing at least says that planned start time is in about 5 minutes. Well, unless it takes them 5 minutes to circulate around the lab, I don't think that that is going to be an issue. The T4 Seniors scheduled to go to post at 11:43, so we are actually running ahead of schedule, which is a wonderful thing to have. And fair play, it has to be said, to the event organisers, as I saw that there was a cart off there for a second, but no, everyone is still going bobbing and weaving down towards turn number 13, trying to get those tyres warmed. Now, the cloud cover has increased slightly, I have noticed. You may not have noticed that if you're watching on the live stream, but certainly the clouds seem to be rolling in slightly more than before. And the weather forecast last night was saying that rain could be a possibility, but we don't believe that it is going to make it as far as Kiltorcan. All the drivers being told to space out as they make their way down towards the lights. They get ready to go green. All of them slowing down into the tram lines, getting ready to race. And indeed, we go racing, and it is going to be Coogan that leads down towards turn number 1, chopping across the front of Rory O'Shea, who is occupying second place off the start. Conor O'Neill looks to be having maintained third position there, so good start by Conor O'Neill. At least, if I am right, it is a good start by him. More battles down towards the back of the pack. That looks to be Colin Munnelly getting involved there with a number of other drivers. That could be Mickey Morahan, potentially Evan Darcy as well. Mark Sweeney also maybe getting involved with that fight, but unfortunately we'll have to wait for them to space out as they only get live timing updated as they cross the finish line. But a fantastic battle emerging immediately off the start in this now 10-lap heat. The seniors and the 168s being given 10 laps in each heat to battle it out. And 10 laps, that is 1,100 metres, so that is 11.1 kilometres of move. There, that looks to be Luke Kavanagh. In fact, Luke Kavanagh in the 842 machine, excuse me, managing to get up into second place. So when I was saying that it was O'Neill who had a good start, unfortunately, my mistake there. It was Luke Kavanagh. Conor O'Neill now occupying 11th, having fallen down 8 positions. So a terribly unfortunate start to the race for Conor O'Neill. Disappointing start to his racing today, as we see 2 wide on the exit of turn number that's turn number 10, I do believe. Indeed, it is turn number 10. Unfortunately, I can't identify who those drivers are from here, but if you're watching along on the live stream, you may be able to tell. Certainly, if you know the helmet and the overalls of your favourite driver, you'll be able to see if they're involved or not. But it is still Coogan who leads up the front. Best lap of 54.4. That is rapid for Aaron Coogan, who now leads the way by 2.7 seconds after 2 laps. That is absolutely storming, as we can see there Colin Munnelly making a move up the inside of James Byrne, that looks like, and managing to take that position, at least momentarily. I think it is a battle of 7 karts on the fringes of the top 10. Still moves happening. 2 wide, 3 wide. Munnelly trying to get involved and indeed picking off an extra position. So that is It is still Coogan who leads up the front, and then that is a battle for position 3 that is being headed up, I believe at least, by Rory O'Shea. Coogan crosses the line. Can he improve his time? Yes, he can. 54 flat, improving constantly. Kavanagh across the line improves his time as well, 54.9. So still almost a second slower each lap than Aaron Coogan, who looks to be in a commanding position as Patrick Hayden occupies 3rd place, but not for much longer, I don't believe. No, indeed. Hayden is still occupying 3rd, but it is now Colin Munnelly who has made his way up into 4th in front of Mickey Morahan in those that distinctive well, I was going to say distinctive white helmet, but very similar overalls to that Evan Stapleton is running, as we see a hand being put up at the back there. That looks to be a battle between Mark Sweeney and Jake Brunell, Jake Brunell being pushed along, and perhaps no, excuse me, that is incorrect information that I'm giving you. It's Jake Brunell pushing Rory O'Shea as they make their way down towards turn 1. This battle really starting to simmer down now through the mid-stage of the race on lap 5 of 10. All of the drivers more or less equidistant, actually, as we see that is Mickey Morahan coming under a bit of pressure from James Byrne behind, and indeed Byrne looking for a move up the inside of turn 5, not able to make good of it though through the first sector. That will be a battle that we'll stay tuned to, however. Mickey Morahan still under pressure from Byrne behind, and then comes Evan Darcy, who is occupying position 7. Now, unfortunately, we have had a number of drivers who either haven't been able to take the start, indeed not able to take the start of the laps, showing 0 laps completed. That is Connor O'Neill and Dylan Foy-Gibbons, indeed. Killian Kelly, involved in that as well. But I'm not sure if you can see it on the live stream. Aaron Coogan now has a 5.5 second lead. That is absolutely supreme from Coogan, as we see Munnelly making a move there up the inside of Patrick Hayden. Hayden, though, fighting back. Munnelly seizes the inside and manages to take that position back, as we see also just behind that Mickey Morahan and James Byrne getting involved in a battle as well. Morahan just about holds on to that position in front of Byrne, but it is Munnelly who has now seized 3rd position, jumping past Patrick Hayden, who is back in the hot seat after spending some time on the spanners, or as I say, working in materials distribution at the Nations Cup. Qualified engineer, so he certainly knows how to run the kart. He looks to also know how to drive it. After an absence, he is still running around in a very respectable position number 4, as we can see a battle there towards the back of the pack emerging. It is sort of 2 by 2 towards the back. That looks like Rory O'Shea and Jake Brunell still, and then Evan Darcy and that is James Byrne as well getting involved. That's very interesting. I'm not entirely sure what my... No, excuse me, that is Mickey Morahan and James Byrne, and then Evan Darcy and Jake Brunell getting involved with each other in a 2 by 2 battle. Indeed, Munnelly is now closed up significantly to Luke Kavanagh in 2nd place. Now, could we see a move for 2nd as they come down the start-finish straight? You'll excuse the voice crack there. Munnelly looks to the inside, thinks better of it, though. So it is still Kavanagh, Munnelly, Hayden, Morahan, Byrne, and then Evan Darcy. And then Jake Brunell only 0.2 of a second behind him. So this battle not over yet, but Munnelly now back past Luke Kavanagh, so he's made the move through, I assume at least, that was turn 5 where he made the move. I was looking at my live timing, so I can't confirm that, but Munnelly up into 2nd position. A good start to proceedings for Colin Munnelly. I believe that Danielle may be watching along on the live stream, so hello Danielle, if you are watching. Colin's doing very well, you'll be happy to know. You can relay that message to the children if you like as well. I'm not sure the Munnellys here at the track, at least. I think Danielle is still at home, but it is still Coogan up front. More important business, 7.6 seconds. What a gap that Aaron Coogan has pulled out. He is nearly a sector, or at least half a sector, in front of everyone else on this now almost bone-dry Kiltorcan Raceway. And on lap 9 of 10, he will be seeing the checkered flag as he makes his way round through the second to last sector, and now indeed into the final sector. Aaron Coogan starts the day as he means to carry on through turn number 14 towards turn 15, and indeed out of turn 15. Aaron Coogan, no, he won't see the checkered flag. He will see the last lap board. I saw the checkered flag being held and I was thinking, right, well, this is it. Time to call him across the line in really dramatic fashion, but I have been caught out. So there we go. It is still Coogan, who now leads by 8 seconds. What a performance Coogan is putting in. Then comes Colin Munnelly, still in second position, in front of Luke Kavanagh, who is still chasing him down, only 3/10 of a gap. Patrick Hayden in fourth, in front of Mickey Morahan, who is currently 1.3 seconds behind. And Mickey Morahan has bigger problems with James Byrne, who is immediately behind him, only 3/10 of a second gap. So Patrick Hayden kind of running around in a world of his own in position number 4. Evan Darcy there with Jake Brunel on the back of him. 7/10 of a second is the gap there as they came across the line, but that looks to have closed significantly. But here comes Coogan to the line, and indeed Coogan takes the checkered flag, and what a performance by him. Colin Munnelly will come up to the line to take second in front of Luke Kavanagh, and then Patrick Hayden will take fourth. Across the line comes Mickey Morahan, and then James Byrne in 5th and 6th, Evan Darcy in 7th, and Jake Brunel in 8th, in front of Rory O'Shea in 9th, and Mark Sweeney, unfortunately, not able to take the flag. Oh, no, excuse me, Mark Sweeney is, I saw on the timing, 1 lap, and I assume that meant he completed 1 lap, but no, he is still running towards the back of the pack, and he will come home in position number 10 as he crosses the line. So Aaron Coogan putting in a sterling performance there in his first heat of the day. The first of his 10-lap heats. Let's take a look at how much racing the T4 seniors are going to do. The T4 seniors will be completing 32 laps of this 1100-meter circuit today. So doing a fantastic amount of effort. Luckily, the heat is not going to come into things, but still an awful lot of effort being put in by these drivers, lapping around the 53 or 54 second mark. That is a very competitive set of times. Now, just looking at the timing there, 53.7 was the best lap. No surprise, that was posted by Aaron Coogan. 53.8 was the best time of Colin Munnelly, so not a huge gap in best times. In fact, everyone, barring O'Shea and Sweeney, managing to post times in the 54s or 53s, and then Rory O'Shea just missing out on that by 55.2. And then Mark Sweeney having a disappointing day down in 10th place with 57.4. So perhaps he'll be looking into his setup in preparation for the next race. And indeed, the next race will be, once again, earlier than billed, I do believe. The T4 Senior 168 having a fantastic grid of 17 drivers, same as the juniors. So we are looking forward to that greatly. This Kiltorcan Family Funday, brought to you by PBR, OHR, Stapleton Motorsport, Shaw Engineering, Carney Engineering, Morahan's Garage, Croke International, Thomastown, Creche and Montessori, JFS Automotive, Tiddlywinks, Brereton Building Services Limited, Ignite, Centra Noctofa, excuse me, I nearly said Christopherson there. That's another karting name that I recognise, but no, Carroll Centra in Christopher, excuse me, and then Kart Paddock also as well supporting this event, making it what it is. And a big thank you to all of our sponsors for this inaugural, at least, Kiltorcan Family Fun Day. We get ready to go then for the T4 Senior 168s, and as I look down onto the grid, it will be the 713 machine who leads us. Well, there isn't a 713 machine, unfortunately. 913, that could be Kyle Kavanagh, perhaps, although it is the 713 on the number plates. I believe that is probably Kyle Kavanagh, who will lead us towards the lights at least. As we can see, all of the drivers getting ready. They receive the thumbs up and return it, and they all get sent out onto the track to circulate around ahead of the start of their race. 17 drivers, as we say, in this T4 Senior 168 category. The 168s with a higher weight limit than the regular seniors. The regular seniors with a minimum weight of 158 kilos. And then the 168s, who would have thought it, with a minimum weight of 168 kilos. The Masters is also lumped in with the T4 Senior 168s. The Masters is a competition for drivers over the age of 30. If they wish to take part in the T4 Senior 168 category, they can do. Obviously, they have to adhere to the 168 kg limit, minimum weight limit, even if that means running a significant amount of ballast. But as they prepare to take the start in this second 10-lap heat of our Sunday here at Kiltorcan. Obviously, the first heat for the Senior 168s. They get into their tram lines. They're told to slow down and spread out as they make their way down towards the start. Who will it be who leads into turn number 1? Straight away we go racing, and immediately hard defence to the inside there. That looks to be Sean McBride. Indeed, it is Sean McBride who has held the lead there off the start in front of, I believe that is Kevin Walsh. Indeed, it is Kevin Walsh, or I'm not sure if it is actually, but it is. I can tell you that the leader certainly is Sean McBride. That's about as specific as I can be at this moment in time. And it looks to be potentially Mark Gorman or Ryan Herson who has managed to get up into first place. And now no longer is that the case that Sean McBride is leading, as he has the lead snatched off of him as there's a cart off through turn number 8. Not entirely sure who that is, but we'll see as they come across the line. We'll see who is running around at the back of that cart, getting restarted. And then another cart off, unfortunately, on the infield there. Looks like it's just after turn, or just before turn 10 even, as they come up towards the line. Let's take you through the running order presently. It is Mickey Brennan. Mickey Brennan is running in the lead of the race. A fantastic performance there by Mickey. And then all kinds of squabbling there going on for third position. Sean McBride, Mark Gorman and Scott Garvey are all involved in that. Sean McBride has fallen down to the back of that queue, at least temporarily, and indeed has lost out a further position, I do believe. But action up and down the field, as we can see, that driver that had the spin is unfortunately looks to be Kyle Kavanagh. Kyle Kavanagh with an unfortunate time, and there's another spinner there, turn number 8. We'll bring you news as to who that is as well as they come across the start-finish line. Yellow flags out momentarily, but have since been put away, and it is Mickey Brennan who still leads the way, now pulling out a fantastic gap as they come across the line. Let's take a look at what it is. It is 1.8 seconds is the lead for Mickey Brennan, in front of Scott Garvey in second position. Then comes Mark Gorman, and then Kevin Stanley up into fourth place. Sean McBride falling down to fifth. So as we see, again, more battling now. That looks like Kevin Stanley getting involved, potentially around the outside there. Certainly Mark Gorman falling down into fourth position. So an unfortunate time there for Mark Gorman. Having a difficult time getting involved in plenty of battles, though, so he'll be enjoying that, I'm absolutely certain. But it is Mickey Brennan up the front. 1.8 seconds is the lead that he has. And one of the organisers, and there's a spin there at turn number 13. Again, unfortunate to see drivers getting caught out in that second sector, or indeed the third sector it might be, as the leaders make their way up towards the line. Mickey Brennan still leads. Let's take a look at the gap this time round. It is 2 seconds flat, so extending his gap by 0.2 of a second. Then comes Scott Garvey and Kevin Stanley in front of Mark Gorman, who remains in fourth position. So that white helmet is occupied by Kevin Stanley. I'll have to make a mental note of that as we see more action there. That is Mark Gorman getting involved with Eddie Roach. Eddie Roach with the black helmet and grey overalls is really trying to make his posture known in this race, this 10-lap heat around the 1100-metre circuit, and he's right on the back of Mark Gorman in front of him. He was fallen down a position from where he started. Sean McBride having a difficult time down in 8th, falling down 3 positions. Niall Hurson behind him, climbing 2. So decent start by some of our drivers. Others struggling a little bit towards the start of today's racing. Mickey Brennan, though, not one of those drivers, although Scott Garvey behind, 54.9. That's the fastest lap of the race, and he's retaken that 2/10 that Mickey Brennan pulled out on him the lap previous. So Mickey Brennan with a 1.8 second lead. Once again, that's still quite the lead, but don't count Scott Garvey out of the question just yet. Indeed, don't count Eddie Roach out of it either. He's still hunting down. That's arguably the biggest battle on the track. I say that, though, a move down into turn number 5 there. 2 drivers getting involved. Let's take a look at what number that is. That looks to be the 177, perhaps. That could be Will Kenahan, and indeed Paddy Heffernan, perhaps getting a little bit close for comfort there. Perhaps a little bit of contact, but it didn't look like there was anything manic as they make their way down into turn number 1. Still Mickey Brennan leads. Let's take a look. Has that gap been reduced further? It's been reduced by about half a tenth. So still progress being made as we see Eddie Roach perhaps looking for a move up the inside, not able to make anything of it though, and that is inviting Peter McBride in that luminous yellow helmet. That's inviting McBride into the fray, so that could turn into a 3-car battle for 4th position, as we see coming to a stop on the exit between just after the kink of turn 2. That's the 944 machine, it looks like, of Paddy Heffernan. So Heffernan unfortunately out of this race, and putting his helmet down, immediately going over to help the marshal lift the cart into the pit lane. It's fantastic to see the drivers helping out the marshals in that way. Big thank you to the Orange Army immediately on the scene of that, getting it cleared away so we don't have to go under yellow flag conditions. As we see, Eddie Roach has now made his way past Mark Gorman and is now up into 4th position. Mark Gorman falling down to 5th. Peter McBride still very much in with a chance of seizing that 4th position. Never really count him out, Peter McBride. He's a very fast driver. He knows, I believe it's Kiltorcan Raceway overall, so he has the home advantage. As we see just behind them there, that's Dean Power and Niall Hurson going side by side, and that looks like Hurson may have won out in that fray. The red overalls taking the position away from the grey overalls. I will bring you news on that as they cross the line. Let's take a look. That is Dean Power in front of Niall Hurson. Indeed, that is the case. So Hurson losing out there to Dean Power. Mickey Brennan still leading the way up the front. That gap now being closed down by, well, not an awful lot, still remaining roughly the same. Fastest lap goes to Niall Hurson there in position number 6. And, excuse me, no, that is Sean McBride. I wrongly accused Niall Hurson of being involved in a battle with Dean Power there. That's not the case. I think that was just a glitch with the live timing. As we see up the inside of that is Peter McBride. That looks to be potentially, not entirely sure who that is. I haven't been focusing on that battle, so I'm not sure how it's developed in the last number of laps. I'll bring you news on it as we cross the line. That looks like McBride trying to go back up the inside, though. So that is a battle for 5th position there. Peter McBride, maybe Niall Hurson perhaps getting involved in that. Hurson and McBride battling away down into turn 1. Is that the case? It certainly looks like it might be. No, it is Peter McBride. It looks like it could be Dean Power, in fact. Dean Power perhaps being involved in that. Indeed, I think that is the case. Niall Hurson is the red overalls, the red and black overalls with the white helmet. He's currently sitting in position number 5. And this battle really hotting up towards the end of the race as we get ready to either show the last lap board or the checkered flag. I believe it is the last lap board that we will see as the leaders cross the line, exiting turn 15 now. We will see as they come up towards the line. There is the last lap board. Is that he only has 1,100 meters left in this race before he sees the checkered flag and takes it before anyone else, and that gap still sitting 1.5 seconds now, so it is reducing, but nowhere near fast enough for Scott Garvey to pose a threat. Kevin Stanley sitting in third place. He's done a good job to climb up to that position in the 905 machine. Then comes Eddie Roach, who's only sitting in no man's land in P4. He has a gap in front of him of 3 seconds, a gap behind him of 2 seconds. So really, P4 is the best that he'll be able to do in this fray. Peter McBride indeed was getting involved in a battle with Dean Power there. So I was right in one way, wrong in another. But as Mickey Brennan rounds his way through turn number 14, the battle for second could be about to heat up, or if you gave it one more lap, certainly it would. But Mickey Brennan makes his way towards the line, and Mickey Brennan wins this first T4 Senior 168 heat. What a performance he put in. Lights to flag for Mickey Brennan in front of Scott Garvey and Kevin Stanley, who does a fantastic job to round out the top three. Eddie Roach finished in fourth in front of Niall Herson and Dean Power. McBride finished in seventh in front of Mark Gorman, and Sean McBride, Peter McBride finished in seventh, that is, in front of Sean McBride in ninth. Then came Paddy Heffernan in 10th, David Garvey in 11th, Will Tenahan in 12th. Unfortunately, those not able to make it to the flag were Michael Murphy, Kyle Kavanagh, Kevin Walsh, Ryan Herson and James Stafford. An unfortunate end, a premature end for 5 of our drivers there, either not able to take the flag or not able to take the start. So a difficult occasion for a small handful of our drivers, but a majority making it to the flag, with Niall Herson taking the fastest lap of a 54.3 lap time. I believe that was on his final lap. So a good performance there by Herson, it has to be said, doing a decent job of things, and one that he can be mightily proud of, in my book at least. Very strong pace. Let's see if I click on Niall. Where did he start? That would be a very good place to start, I suppose, would be the pun that we could use for that. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me where each driver started, unfortunately. But in any case, a decent performance by all of our competitors. Indeed, Niall Herson taking the fastest lap there, with a 1.9 second gap to the kart in front of Eddie Roach. So having plenty of clean air to play with, able to put in some fast laps and show his form, even if it only resulted in a P5 finish, still one that he can be happy with. As we see all the karts getting recovered back onto the trailer on the back of the Bobcat and being brought back to the pits. So we were running ahead of schedule, and I think as a result of the recovery operation of, I believe it is only one kart, we will be, I imagine, back on schedule as posted for the second T4 Bambino heat, the final Bambino heat of the day before the final, which will be taking place after our lunch break. So this next rotation of races will precede the lunch break, and then I will tell you that we will be getting back underway with the T4 Bambino final, which will be a 5-lap affair. We'll be getting underway at 1400, so 2 o'clock local time for the T4 Bambino final. That is the end of the lunch break. The lunch break scheduled to be between 13:30 and 1400. So a nice half an hour for us, which is a little bit better than what I've had previously. So big thanks to Kiltorcan and indeed the class representatives in each of our classes for organising the event, to give me a chance to go and have a bite to eat after this next rotation of races. This next T4 Bambino heat will be, as the last one, 4 laps with a reverse grid. Then will come the T4 Minis with an 8-lap heat, juniors with the same, and then the 2 senior classes with each 10 laps in heats. So if my maths is correct, that's 20 plus 16 plus 4, that is 40 laps of racing to come before our lunch break. And what racing it is set to be here at the Kiltorcan Raceway Family Fun Day at Kiltorcan. It's a fantastic event to have this Family Fun Day out. There really is none better, in my opinion. And what an occasion it is set to be as the T4 Bambinos circulate their way around this 1100 metre circuit. It will be Frankie Stafford who will start on pole, although I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Frankie started the last race on pole, so I'm not entirely sure if my live timing is telling me the truth, the whole truth, or anything but the truth. Nevertheless, you'll excuse me there for pausing while I have a drink of water. It is my right to have a drink of water, as we see all of the Bambinos, well, all three Bambinos making their way onto the start-finish straight, pulling up into their grid slots. And as I take a look, rather interestingly, there's one of the Bambinos stopped there on just before the start-finish straight, and there we go. They have sorted out their differences, and so it will be PJ Bowes that will be taking pole position in front of, oh no, never mind, or perhaps PJ Bowes, in fact, he's starting on the inside, so I do believe that it will be pole position. The marshal's just getting all of the drivers organised and where they should be, and it will be PJ Bowes who takes pole in front of Danny Clancy, who will start in second once again, and then Freddie Stafford, who will start in third position as we get ready to go. And we are indeed racing, and it's a very poor start by PJ Bowes. He really hasn't got off the line well there, and that means that Danny Clancy has managed to seize first place coming down into turn number one. Through turn one, no drama, and all of the drivers much closer together than they were off the start in their first heat. It has to be said, all of them covered by maybe 20 car lengths. No incidents at turn one this time round. So a fantastic start to our second T4 Bambino race of the day. As we can see there, PJ Bowes straight away trying to retake second place. Well, trying to retake it, trying to take it. Unfortunately for him, starting in third of third, thanks to the reverse grid of the second heats. Although he has shown that he has the pace to be right up there at the front, and we'll be looking out for him certainly. Doing a good job so far, using, I can see from our commentary box, significantly more track than the others on the entry to turn 13, using more of the entry curve, and indeed seeming like more of the exit as well on the exit of turn 14. So it'll be very interesting to see what he can do as they make their way up towards the line for the first time of four. And it will be, as they cross the line, Danny Clancy confirmed as the leader, then Frankie Stafford in second, PJ Bowes in third, and 1.5 seconds covering all of them. So that's a much closer gap than we saw in the first heat. Indeed, that's closing up even more as they make their way through sector number one, with Frankie Stafford looking at making a move, but PJ Bowes up the inside of Frankie Stafford through turn number 5. Fantastic move there by Bowes, and we said that he was going to be on the prowl. Indeed, he is on the prowl straight away, trying to find that second position, finding it. Stafford looking to make a move back up the inside, but that's not going to work for him as they make their way through sector 1 now into sector 2. Oh, and off goes Stafford. Stafford spinning round at turn number 10. Ambition outweighed the grip of the tyre there, and unfortunately, in pursuit of PJ Bowes, trying to use as much track as he has, unfortunately spinning out there. So Frankie Stafford with it all to do now in this 4-lap heat, trying to make his way back up towards the two leaders. It is still Danny Clancy who leads the way, with PJ Bowes chasing him down now as they come across the line. Let's take a look at the gap across the line. It is 1.2 seconds, but PJ Bowes now taking the fastest lap, a 1:14.284 second lap time. So a decent showing from PJ Bowes at the start of this race, managing to climb up into second. Danny Clancy, though, still maintaining that pole position. PJ Bowes using all of the exit on the exit of turn number 5 there. So really showing an understanding for how to drive these karts using all of the track available to him. Glued to the outside white line on the entry to turn number 8. So a really mature understanding from PJ Bowes of the importance of momentum, and right up to what looks like the tyre barrier on the exit of turn 10. So really, as I say, look at that. He's using every inch of the track that he is being given. As we can see, Danny Clancy there on the inside of turn 14, or perhaps just getting it slightly wrong out of the exit of 13 and putting himself in a disadvantageous position. Now let's see how that affects the gap as they come across the line. It was 1.2 seconds. It is now 1.0. So once again, that gap closing down. PJ Bowes improving on his fastest lap now by, if I recall correctly, about a tenth or two of a second. It's now 113.9, 113.993. And the gap down to Frankie Stafford in third place, it's at 6.6 seconds. So disappointing for Frankie Stafford, having an unfortunate showing, but certainly with the pace to compete up the front if it wasn't for that unfortunate spin. And luckily for him, he will be competing at the front in the final thanks to the smaller grid of Bambino karts. So he still has a good chance of taking victory. As we can see, the two leaders once again, I think that is just Danny Clancy's preferred line through turn number 13 and into turn 14, staying to the inside of 14. Now PJ Bowes taking a wider line, which should in theory give him more momentum on the exit, but that gap as they come across the line really has closed down now. It has almost halved. It is now down to 0.599, so call it 0.6 of a second from just over 1 second. And as they make their way, oh, excuse, that was the finish of the race. I was there looking out the commentary box waiting for them to come round again. So it was Danny Clancy who took a fantastic victory there, winning by 0.6 of a second. So very good performance by Clancy to hang on to that victory in front of PJ Bowes, who finished in second, and Frankie Stafford, who finished in third position after that unfortunate spin at turn number 10 on, I believe it was the second lap of the race. Terribly sorry for that, folks. I'm used to the 10-lap heats of the seniors that we've just concluded. So a 4-lap heat, I was sitting here looking eagerly at turn 3, waiting to see the gap between Clancy and Bowes, but alas, nothing came of it because it was the final lap. My sincerest apologies for missing that. I am sat down at the moment, so I can't quite see the last lap board or indeed the checkered flag until it comes onto my timing screen. But yes, terribly sorry for not following along in that way. We won't have a falling out over it, however, as it is the Kiltorcan Raceway Family Fun Day, and we will be maintaining that fun atmosphere on the track and in the paddock for the entirety of this Sunday of racing. As we prepare for the T4 Minis, it will be, at least if my timing is correct, it will be Harley Brereton who leads us down towards the front, in front of Billy Green and Jim Clarence Jr., who will start in third. But as I say, I'm not entirely certain that that is the starting order, but we will see as they come across the line, and we will see down into turn 1. Now, those T4 Minis have basically stopped between turn 11 and turn 12 there. I think they took the instruction by the marshal to slow down a bit. I think they may have taken it slightly too literally and reduced down to a speed of what looked to me to be about 3 kilometers an hour, which is they've done it again. They've done it again on through the mid corner of turn 14, and then have sped up on the exit. So the mini drivers at the front, obviously very keen to not space out the field too much, as they're now being told to separate out into their tram lines. They make their way down towards the lights, full throttle, full beans down into turn 1, and let's see who will lead. Will it be Senna McLaughlin? Jim McLaren Jr. around the outside? No, it is going to be, that is That is Billy Green, it looks like, who will maintain the lead as we see Senna McLaughlin and Jim Claridge Jr. battling away, and a little bit of contact between the two of them. Now, they are literally identical in the way that their overalls and helmets are, so it's impossible to say who is who in this battle. One of them is going up the inside of the other. That's about as specific as I can be from my position here in the commentary box. I can't tell you who it is. I can just narrow down the two drivers, and that Jack Harney could be trying to get that round the outside. That is an incredible move. It was so incredible that I forgot how to speak for about half a second. Round the outside of turn 12 and then up into the lead goes someone in orange overalls. I can't tell you exactly who. It could be Jim Claridge Jr. It could be Senna McLaughlin. As they come across the line, though, pick which side you want it to be. And it is Senna McLaughlin. The live timing updates and reveals that Senna McLaughlin has taken the lead and now has a 3/10 gap to Jack Harney behind, in front of Jim Claridge Jr. and Billy Green, who has fallen from pole down to 4th place, but still in with a chance in this 8-lap heat. So they're on lap 2 of 8, making their way through the first sector. Jim Claridge Jr. looking very intently at the back of Jack Harney as they make their way through sector 2. Oh, and Jim Claridge Jr. getting very aggressive with his use of the exit there through turn number 10 and getting very close indeed to the outside barrier. Now, these drivers all taking the more conventional line of keeping it tighter on the exit of turn 13, preparing for that sweeper of 14, and there is a retiree walking away from that kart between turns 11 and 12. I'll bring you news who that is in due course, but it is still Senna McLaughlin who leads the way in front of Jack Harney and Jim Claridge Jr., the top 3 as you were. Jack Harney now taking the fastest lap, 55.3 second time, so that's very good showing by Jack Harney, making good use of the slipstream and the bump draft. And really, this trio closing up for the lead. This is set to be a really, really interesting battle between all of our top 3 drivers. We'll be watching this battle throughout the race. Not really many other battles going on. There could be a battle for 4th position between Green and Fingleton, and we'll be watching that to see what happens on that front. This is really a commentator's kryptonite when you have 2 drivers in the form of Senna McLaughlin and Jim Claridge Jr. with exactly the same overalls and helmet. And the aforementioned Senna McLaughlin now under attack from Jack Harney up the inside into turn number 1. Can Harney take the position? Yes, he can. Will McLaughlin lose out to Jim Claridge Jr.? No, he won't. Claridge Jr. not able to make good of it on the exit of turn 1. Can McLaughlin come back? He's going to try to through turn number 5. He loses out though on the exit, and Jack Harney retakes the position. Jim Claridge Jr. looking up the inside though through turn 6 and make of it. And so it is now Jack Harney who is back into the lead in front of Senna McLaughlin and Jim Claridge Jr. Jack Fingleton has jumped up past Billy Green as well, as we can see a battle towards the back of the pack. That looks to be Harley Brereton, and that looks like Brereton and Serinscu having a bit of a battle there towards the back of the pack, or perhaps even Stafford Jr., as it is a battle of 3 karts. But as the leaders come up to the line, there will be no more moves into turn 1, not on this lap at least, between the leaders. Making their way past the commentary box, Harney defensive to the inside, Claridge Jr. trying to make a move, being chopped off sternly by Senna McLaughlin, who's gone for a move for the lead and has managed to take it. That is fantastic by Senna McLaughlin. What a move up the inside of turn number 5, not making the same mistake that he did on the previous lap of running it out wide. So very good learning there from Senna McLaughlin, managing to retake the lead now through sector number 2 on lap 5 of 8. And Jim Claridge Jr. now with the fastest lap of 54.9 second lap time, as there's a driver stopped on the exit of turn 5. As the leaders still battle away, and now Senna McLaughlin with a significant lead. Looked like Joey Carney may have retaken that position momentarily, but Senna McLaughlin now back up into the premier spot in this T4 Mini Heat 2 on lap 6 of 8. So when they come round, not this next time, but the time after that, they will see the final lap board. Senna McLaughlin still leading the way, however, and I can tell you that that stricken driver looks to be James Stafford Jr. perhaps, who is stopped on the exit of turn 5, so disappointing for him. Corey Lyons, unfortunately not able to take the start in this race. So Corey Lyons, who I believe was racing in Bambinos in the Nations Cup Invitational a few weeks ago, now making his way up into minis. But forgive me if I'm wrong on that. I do recognise the name Lyons, as here comes Jack Harney up the inside into turn 1. Can he make the move on McLaughlin? Yes, he can. McLaughlin tries to come back, nearly rams into the back bumper of Jack Harney in front. Jack Harney doing a good job. Here comes Clarice Jr. Not able to make a move, though. Both the drivers in the orange overalls having a look at each other. Clarice Jr. up the inside through turn 6. That's a very ambitious move to try and pull off. Not able to make anything of it. And I don't think that McLaughlin knew he was there. So if he had decided to turn in and be more aggressive in his use of the apex curve, there could have been an almighty coming together between the two of them. Tears would have been shed as they make their way through sector number 3 now. Clarice Jr. Look at the body language of that car. Very, very aggressive, as we can see another battle towards the back of the pack. I'll bring you news as to who that is. That could easily be Brereton and Sarinscu still battling away. Jack Harney, though, still leading with a fastest lap now, retaking the fastest lap of 54.7 second time, so besting the fastest lap by 2/10 on that last circulation of the track. But this gap, there's no point in me reading the gap out to you because it is clear to see just how small it is. All 3 karts separated, well, they could be covered by maybe 6 kart lengths as they make their way through on lap 8 of 8. This is the final lap, and our mini drivers know it as they make their way up into the final sector. Defensive from Harney. Oh, look at that, a move there up the inside by McLaughlin. Can he make good of it? No, he can't. I'm not sure. I may have missed a move there for second place, but up to the line, it will be Jack Harney that takes the checkered flag in a fantastic performance, side by side, up to the line. And it is Senan McLaughlin who triumphs over Jim and Clarice Jr., who finishes in 3rd position. So a fantastic performance by all of our top 3. Jack Fingleton finished in 4th. Billy Green rounded out the top 5. Then came Evan McLaughlin and Nitonas Sarinscu in front of Harley Brereton and James Stafford Jr. not able to finish the race, and Corey Lyons unfortunately not even able to start. So a disappointing race there or a disappointing lack of a race there for Corey Lyons. And our top 3 can all be very, very happy with that performance. And excuse me, I read out the result of Brereton Sarinscu before the battle had even finished, and it was Brereton who won out and finished in 7th place in front of Sarinscu in 8th. So a fantastic performance by all of our drivers there, and especially the top 3 really putting on a fantastic show for all of us. We're delighted to welcoming them back to the circuit after our lunch break. Their race will be at, well, it's posted to be at 2:15 in the afternoon. Excuse me, I realise now that I've been reading it out. It is Nitonas Sarinsky. Unfortunately, the live timing, the capital I and the capital J forms a U shape, so my sincerest apologies there for mispronouncing that name. I will rectify that in future, but nevertheless, Sarinsky finishing in 8th place, the last of the runners, unfortunately for him, but as we say, plenty of time to pull it back in the Minis 9-lap final after the lunch break. We get ready then for the juniors to take to the track in their 8-lap heat, same length as the mini drivers. As we can see, the Bobcat returning to the track to pick up the stricken karts. 2 karts left to be recovered, those of James Stafford Jr. and Corey Lyons, the 680 and the 673 machines respectively. And after they have been recovered, we shall return to the track for racing for this Kiltorcan Family Fun Day, brought to you by Pratt's Brothers Racing, Orrin Henry Racing, Stapleton Motorsport, Shore Engineering, Carney Engineering, Morahan's Garage, Kroger International, Thomastown Creche and Montessori, JFS Automotive, Tiddlywinks Preschool and After School, Brereton Building Services Limited, Ignite Training and Consultancy, Carol Centra in Christopher and Cart Paddock. Very grateful to all of our sponsors for the assistance that they've offered in putting this event together. Fun little event for the T4 drivers to showcase what these karts can do and indeed what the drivers can do, as well as just a little thank you for the season of racing that they have put on in their respective classes, doing a wonderful job, all of them, and concluding their season of racing in this series at least with a family fun day here at Kiltorcan Raceway. If you are tuning in, do make sure to like our Facebook pages, both Kiltorcan Raceway and indeed Vantage Point Video, who are providing this live stream. Big thank you to Senan O'Connor, no relation to Senan McLaughlin, obviously, who is racing in the mini category. Senan O'Connor, the man behind Vantage Point Video, doing a fantastic job broadcasting this live stream, and we're very grateful for all of his facilities and his expertise in accommodating the streaming of this event, putting it on for all of the families and friends of who are not able to make it to the circuit today. So whether you are watching locally or potentially even internationally, do make sure to stay tuned to the live stream. So we'll be having action right the way up until around 3:20 in the afternoon. Then we will come to an end and we will get set and get ready to barbecue, which is one of the parts of the day that I'm looking forward to most. I mean, obviously, the racing goes without saying. It's absolutely sensational. But I love me a barbecue. I have to say, I love me a barbecue. Now, I'm not sure what is going to be barbecued, or indeed how well it's going to be barbecued, but it will be barbecued. I know that much. And, you know, beggars can't be choosers, so we'll take what we're given in that sort of a way. Anyways, the recovery vehicle has left the track, and I can hear the rumble of the T4 Juniors as they make their way out of the pit lane, and they will be led away by Tyler Brereton in front of Taman Kajorek, in front of Wesley Brereton and Ian Kajorek. So it is Brereton, Kajorek in the top four. Daniel Grigor finishes that trend by starting in position number 5, or at least that is what should be happening, although Daniel Grigor is currently on the track at least is 6th place from the back, so I don't think my live timing is entirely accurate on that front, but nevertheless we won't worry too much about it. We will just enjoy the racing, and I will do my best to interpret the action for those of you watching along here at the track, or indeed watching along on the live stream as they make their way through sector number 3 ahead of the race start. An 8-lap affair around this 1100-meter Kiltorcan Raceway. One of the first races that's, well, not one of the first races, but one of the first few races that this track has held since it's been reprofiled. All the drivers being told to space out. Now, a couple of the leaders are sitting in the middle of the circuit, and they're being told to go around again. That was really quite a kerfuffle, unfortunately, with... I will see if I can identify who that was. It's the 8-1, I believe that is. I'm not entirely... it's difficult to tell who that is, and I won't go naming names, just because I can't be sure who it was who was sitting in the middle of the circuit rather than in the tram lines. I can see a marshal on the circuit there, so potentially the driver's going to be... stopped, or no, they're just being told to spread out. So obviously the marshal's not happy, the race director's not happy with the idea of drivers sitting in the middle of the track rather than in the tram lines. That is a somewhat fundamental part of race starts, that you remain in the tram lines until the green flag, or in some categories until you pass the start-finish line. But these drivers obviously having a slight misunderstanding and assuming that they can go into the tram lines earlier than they can in reality. So we'll go round for a second formation lap. It gives the drivers another opportunity to warm up their tyres, although being told to get into their tram lines before they've even entered Sector 2 does limit that somewhat. And I believe that they are now going to be forced to remain in their tram lines. There's a marshal standing in the middle of the track, so no room for ambiguity there. And some very obvious hand gestures are being made saying, stay in the tram lines, you know the rules, this is how we do it. And as we get ready to go racing, they make their way up to the lights for their second heat, and we are away now. And straight away off the start, that looks to be a very good start for Brereton, who is immediately up into first place in the 747 machine. Yes, that is Tyler Brereton, who has managed to get up into the lead. Then comes Kajorek. Taman Kajorek up into second, at least momentarily being bumped down, it looks like, by potentially Ian Kajorek. As there's a big battle there for third position, almost 3 wide. Who is that? That looks like Billy Clancy. Billy Clancy forcing his way into second, now being bumped down to third, being given out wide hard. Kajorek, and now finding himself back down where he started in 4th place. So a very good first sector for Billy Clancy, but unfortunately being hung out to dry on the exit there. And this is all very good news for Brereton, who is leading up the front, and by quite a margin as they come up to the line. Let's take a look at the gap after lap 1. Brereton crosses the line and is 1.3 seconds, and a huge lock-up there for Billy Clancy, and he's almost collected. There's contact there at the final corner. I believe that's Adam Butler who's involved, and another kart as well. We'll see as they come through the that is the 749 machine. So the 749 of Max O'Neill spinning and being collected by Adam Butler, and Billy Clancy having a spin as well at the first corner after locking the rear tyres. And this means that Tyler Brereton now has a much larger bit of breathing room. Then comes Warren Russell. Warren Russell up into second now. Then comes Kajorek and Joey Clancy in front of Jack Mackenzie Smith. And then Kajorek the second. That is Ian Kajorek in, I believe, 6th place, now that Billy Clancy has dropped down the order after that spin. As they come across the line, I will be able to confirm that it is Brereton who still leads. Then comes Warren Russell, Joey Carney in front of Josh Allen. Josh Allen actually up into 4th place in those distinctive, that distinctive bright green set of overalls. Then comes Taman Kajorek in front of Jack Mackenzie Smith, and Ian Kajorek involved as well. Wesley Brereton also gaining 3 positions there, sitting in P8. He's only 3/10 behind the cart in front of him, excuse me. So it is the first and second place drivers of Brereton and Russell who are in very much a world of their own up the front, with clean air. Then Joey Carney and Josh Allen battling behind them in a duo. Then comes another duo of Kajorek in front of Jack Mackenzie Smith. So it is a very interesting affair. A battle for 3rd position and a battle for 5th is what is emerging here, as it is still Joey Carney that leads in his battle for 3rd place. So still occupying 3rd place, but not for much longer. The commentator's curse is broken out nice and early. Josh Allen takes 3rd position away from Joey Carney, doing a fantastic job there into turn 5. Hard on the brakes, late on the brakes, and crucially later on the brakes than Carney in front of him, who is now behind him. So a very good piece of driving through the first sector there by Josh Allen, who has showed his pace in the first heat and indeed is continuing to show it in the second, having a very strong showing in the T4 junior class. The news up the front, though, it is still Tyler Brereton that leads. He set the fastest lap on the previous lap, unfortunately not able to best it, but it is a 3.1 second gap to Warren Russell behind him in 2nd place. Then comes Josh Allen in front of Joey Carney. Jack Mackenzie Smith managing to get in front of and indeed break away from Taman Kajorek. Wesley Bowden could come into the fray as he is being chased down by Billy Clancy, who had that unfortunate spin there on the, I believe it was the second lap. Indeed, it was the second lap. So they will be looking to, and indeed straight away getting involved in a battle there. Clancy and Wesley Brereton through turn 10, having a bit of a battle there, but immediately simmering it back down, but not long. Clancy with another aggressive manoeuvre up the inside of 14. Immediately the switchback is deployed though from Wesley Brereton, who retakes the position, and Clancy with the red overalls, he's seen the red mist indeed, and making some very aggressive manoeuvres. He is no slouch when it comes to overtaking. He will make the move, even if it takes an awful lot of bravery. He is the one to make it. Now we can see that Brereton is closing up onto the back of Taman Kujorek in 6th place. Kujorek with the black and green overalls and the white helmet, and it's really falling into the clutches of Brereton behind him. So that could be another interesting set of battles to look at. Max O'Neill is being chased down by Adam Butler. That's for 14th place, so it's another battle to keep an eye on. As we can see, the battle involving Billy Clancy, Brereton, and increasingly Taman Kujorek, who is heading it up. Here comes Brereton up the inside of Kujorek, down the start-finish straight into turn 1. Is he going to think better of it? Yes, he does. Billy Clancy so late on the brakes, almost into the back of Brereton. Brereton trying to go around the outside. Clancy looking up the inside. Is there going to be a colossal collection? No. Brereton has to get out of the throttle to avoid that collision with Clancy. A fantastically aggressive piece of driving there from Billy Clancy, who is really looking to make up for the time that he lost with that spin down at turn 1. He now goes chasing after Taman Kujorek in 6th place, and he really has a lot to do if he wants to get back into the position that he was at beforehand. Indeed it is lap 7 of 8. So as they come across the line, Tyler Brereton will see the last lap board. There it is. He still leads, and by quite some margin indeed. The battle for second has now really hotted up. It's turned from a battle to third into a battle for second. 3.5 seconds is the gap between Brereton and Russell in second. And in that three-car battle, let's make sure that we're watching this, because this is the premium fixture. I can tell you Clancy has now got past Kujorek through the final sector, as Brereton, that is Wesley Brereton, trying to make moves on Kujorek as well. But it is still the other Brereton, of Tyler Brereton, who leads up the front. I've said Brereton so many times in the last 15 seconds, it's almost difficult to believe. The battle for second, though, Warren Russell still leading that battle for second. Could there be a move off the exit of turn 15? I don't think that Josh Allen is going to have the momentum as they come across the line. It is Tyler Brereton that wins, and it will be Warren Russell that holds on to second place in front of Josh Allen in third and Joey Carney in fourth. So a fantastic performance there by all of our top four, doing a wonderful job with Tyler Brereton taking the spoils in front of Warren Russell and Josh Allen. Then came Joey Carney and Jack Mackenzie Smith and Billy Clancy, Taman Kujorek, Wesley Brereton, and Saoirse McMahon doing a very good job. The lead novice finishing in 9th place, so a very respectable effort there by McMahon. Then came Ian Kujorek, who lost out in that battle with Billy Clancy. Oh, excuse me, no, that was Taman Kujorek, who I was thinking of. Robert Butler finished in position number 11 in front of Daniel Grigor and Freddie Kyo. Then came Max O'Neill, who unfortunately fell down the order, but he did win out in that battle against Adam Butler. Then came in 16th Isabel McDermott, and in 17th Emily Stafford. So all the drivers that took the start managed to make it to the checkered flag. Fantastic performance by all of our T4 junior drivers there, and it was no surprise Tyler Brereton who took the fastest lap with a 53.3. That is absolutely rapid, and a 3.5 second gap as he crossed the finish line to Warren Russell in second. Very interesting to see that there wasn't any major battling for second on that final lap. Normally one would anticipate that Warren Russell would come under significant attack from the likes of Josh Allen or Joey Carney, but I suppose maybe because Billy Clancy wasn't involved, that there wasn't too much shaking up of the order Billy Clancy really showing what he's made of with bold moves throughout the race, really looking to make up positions and not taking any prisoners along the way. So Clancy really making his position known. For the first time today, I thought I could see some blue sky, but I think it is just a lighter shade of grey. Now, that rain that was forecast for today hasn't come about, which is good for our drivers. It means that they don't have to change onto the wet tyres, and the track is now almost completely dry through the first sector that I can see. Still a little bit of wet through some of the corners, like turn number 1. On the inside it is still slightly wet, but the track is crucially drying, and that is the most important thing. All of the slipperiness from this morning that we saw karts skating around turn number 3, that has all been done away with in favour of more grip and more rubber on the circuit as we get prepared for the T4 Senior Heat number 2. And all of the kart engines in the T4 Seniors roar into life. What a sound it is. Unfortunately, I can't open any of the windows in my commentary room, but if I could, I so would, because the sound of the T4 4-stroke engines really is just absolutely beautiful. Colin Munnelly really aggressively warming those tyres up through the first sector, really sliding his way through. Oh, and a spin, straight away a spin there. That looks like James Byrne. James Byrne seems to have had an off, and he's immediately pulled the kart back onto the track and has got going again, but he is going to have to really put his foot down to try and get back up to the front of the grid, which is where he was scheduled to start from. And Colin Munnelly very nearly spinning himself on the exit of turn 13, managing to keep it under control. And now this is a real task now for James Byrne to try and get back up to the front as the leaders are all coming round the final corner. They get into their tram lines. Here comes James Byrne. James Byrne is going to have to, and no, they're being sent around. So they are being sent around for a second formation lap. That is very good news for James Byrne. Or at least I believe it is James Byrne, who is trying to make his way back up to where he is scheduled to start, or at least he was. I'm not entirely sure about the procedure in this circumstance, because normally the procedure is that you can retake your position on the grid so long as you do so before the tram lines begin. But obviously at the tram lines he wasn't at his front row position. However, they were sent around, so I'm not entirely sure what the procedure is in that circumstance, but it seems like he has decided that the best thing that he can do is just hold station rather than potentially risking a penalty by overtaking and retaking his position on the second formation lap. So he's going to be trying to get back into his rightful position, but he's going to do so the hard way under green flag racing conditions. And as they all make their way towards the starting gantry, they will see the lights. They all slow down. They make their way into the tram lines. They watch for the lights. It will be now Colin Munnelly who will start from pole. And we're away now, and straight away Munnelly bouncing in the car, trying to get a bit of drive off the line. No, excuse me, that wasn't Munnelly. That was the 40 machine there of, I can't tell you exactly who that was. It might have been Evan Darcy perhaps, but it is still Munnelly that leads the way through the first sector. Straight away, the race calming back down, and no real action emerging. Straight away, everyone just trying to get into a rhythm. I think perhaps the second formation lap has really calmed them down a bit, although that is quite likely to change in my experience of T4 senior racing. It is Evan Darcy who we believe is now occupying second position, and I believe that it may have been perhaps well, I'm not going to speculate as to who it was. I said James Byrne at the time, but I'm not entirely sure is that the absolute truth. But maybe if you were watching along on the live stream, you will know yourselves. Unfortunately, I can't see the chat. I don't even know if there is one, to tell you the honest truth. But nevertheless, an unfortunate start to the second heat for one of our competitors. Don't particularly know who, but certainly one of them. But it is still Colin Munnelly. He hasn't had an unfortunate start. He's had a wonderful start. Already a 1 second gap, posting the fastest lap. As we see up the inside there, Coogan, that looks like making a move up the inside of Hayden through turn number 8. As we can see down towards the back, that looks like Conor O'Neill and Dylan Foy-Gibbons having a bit of a battle there. Down towards the back of the pack, but it is still up at the front, Munnelly that leads in front of Evan Darcy, and then comes James Byrne. So that would tell me that James Byrne isn't the driver who had the incident on formation lap. Coogan already doing a good job making his way up into 4th place. He's gained 2 positions from where he started, getting past Morahan and indeed Hayden on that last lap. It is still Munnelly that leads the way. Darcy coming under increasing pressure from behind from Byrne, and indeed Byrne coming under pressure from Coogan now. Coogan we saw in the last race with a monumental gap to the carts behind, so he's definitely one to watch as we see a cart peeling into the pits there. I believe that is perhaps Killian Kelly, who is coming in having suffered some mechanical issue, running round towards the back of the pack very slowly, so perhaps a mechanical problem there for him. As we can see on the start-finish straight, Munnelly's gap is now 1.6 seconds, and then this trio for second place, headed up by Darcy. Then comes Byrne, but not for much longer if Coogan can do something about it. He thought about a move down into turn 5, wasn't able to make anything of it though. So as they make their way through sector 1, here comes Byrne up the inside of Darcy. No, he thinks better of it, maintains that 3rd position, coming through the second sector, deciding not to risk it at this stage of the race. It's better to work together and bump draft and try and catch back up to Munnelly at the front. But as I say that, straight away moves for second. Oh, and that is Coogan. Coogan with 2 places in as many corners. What a move by Aaron Coogan. What a set of moves indeed by Aaron Coogan, who will now go chasing down Colin Munnelly at the front. And that looks like James Byrne has managed to hold on to his 3rd position. Evan Darcy being shuffled down to the back of that trio battle, but it is now turning into a battle of 5 carts as Morahan and Hayden are both getting involved, it looks like. And here comes Darcy being overtaken by that is Morahan as well, perhaps the 2x2. Hayden looks to be defending the inside there, or perhaps going up the inside. I didn't catch the start of that battle, so it's very difficult for me to say exactly what the situation there was. Coogan already breaking away from this pack though. James Byrne sitting in 3rd position, heading up that battle as it is now 3 wide almost through turn 15. That is for position number 6, I believe position number 6 that is for. So that would tell me that it is Mikey Morahan who is heading up that train in front of Kavanagh and Brunel, as it is still Munnelly that leads the way, but that gap reducing down ever so slightly. Coogan now taking the fastest lap of 53.7 second time, so very competitive there from Coogan. The top 3 starting to break away from each other now. Evan Darcy finds himself heading up this battle for P4 that encompasses at this stage sort of him and then a 2x2 situation with Hayden and Morahan, and then Kavanagh and Brunel making their way all the way down to position number 7. So 4th through 7 is still certainly not settled, as I can see pulling out of the way there. That is, I believe, Killian Kelly. Oh, no, that looks to be Mark Sweeney, perhaps, who is being shown the blue flag. That is the 27 machine. So, excuse me, that is Dylan Foy-Gibbons, who is being asked to move over and is obliging neatly on the start-finish straight and indeed off the exit of turn number 2. As we can see that Evan Darcy coming under a bit of pressure from behind from Hayden, who himself is under pressure from Morahan in that white helmet with the blue and yellow stripe on the back of his overalls. Then Luke Kavanagh in the blue overalls trying to get the cut back on Morahan, not able to pull it off just at this moment in time. But we will keep an eye on this battle, and indeed here goes Hayden round the outside. Hayden trying to make his way up into 4th place, and he seems to have succeeded there. He is still side by side though, so Hayden side by side with that looks like Morahan, as someone has pulled off. Is that Hayden? Is that Hayden who's potentially been spun there? Let's take a look. Coming across the line, let's take a look. Is that? It is Hayden. Hayden. I've said Hayden so many times, I do apologise. Hayden spinning, or potentially having contact there on the exit of turn 15, being spun and having a disastrous time. I'm not sure has he even carried on, or has he peeled into the pits. That is I'm afraid I didn't catch what happened there, but supremely interesting racing going on there on the fringes of the top 3 and indeed the top 5, as Coogan sets another fastest lap there on that last lap, 53.484. So really putting a bit of pressure on Munnelly. Munnelly still leading the way quite comfortably, it looks like. He's no slouch, as we have, that is James Byrne in 3rd place, very much running a race of his own at this stage, with Evan Darcy and Luke Kavanagh in 4th and 5th respectively. Now that is a battle that could shape up, as Darcy having a bit of contact there with Kavanagh, getting a bit out of shape, putting up his hand saying, well, something, I'm not entirely sure what. I wouldn't want to make allegations, so I think I'll plead the 5th on that one. But a bit of contact between Evan Darcy and Luke Kavanagh in any case through turn number 5. Really is a premier overtaking opportunity, turn 5. We've seen so many moves there in the last, well, 3 hours or so. Oh no, it would only be about 2. No, it is 3 hours, excuse me. Time really is flying at this Kiltorcan Family Fun Day. There is no place that any of us would rather be on this Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon. And indeed, that gap between Munnelly and Coogan closing down, but as they are on the final lap, I'm not sure will it be enough. Will Coogan just have to settle for second? I think he will, as Kavanagh has got past Darcy now for position 4. Darcy will be coming under increasing pressure from, that looks like Morahan behind, or potentially Brunel, as it is a 4-kart battle for position number 4. The number of times that I've said 4 there is really quite frightening almost, as they make their way through turn number 13, but up to the line. It will be drag race, but it will be won by Colin Munnelly, who takes the flag in front of Aaron Coogan, who has to settle for a second, or a first and then a second respectively. Then across the line comes James Byrne. It's a drag race to the line between Darcy and Mickey Morahan, and it is Darcy that wins out in that affair, doing a good job to hang on to his 5th position in the end. James Byrne finished in 3rd in front of Luke Kavanagh. In 4th, Evan Darcy, as I say, in 5th. Then came Mikey Morahan in 6th in front of Jake Brunel and Rory O'Shea. And then Patrick Hayden, Mark Sweeney, Dylan Foy-Gibbons, Killian Kelly and Connor O'Neill, with Kelly and O'Neill unfortunately not able to take the flag. Indeed, in O'Neill's case, not even able to take the start, so a terribly unfortunate turn of events for O'Neill. But nevertheless, he will have an opportunity to pull it back in the final and potentially grab some silverware. So that gap from Coogan to Munnelly, or indeed Munnelly to Coogan, I should say, just under 3/10, 0.29 seconds as they cross the line on that final lap. So maybe one more lap, and Aaron Coogan could have taken the victory, but that is always the case in racing. Always one more lap. One more lap I could have had him, but you have to do it in the 10 laps, and if you can't, you can't. That's just the way that it is. But he did improve on his best lap on that final lap. Aaron Coogan with a 53.464 second lap time. Yes, indeed it is. I wasn't sure if that was a 6 or a 5, but it is a 6. And indeed, that was 3/10 faster than the best lap of Munnelly. So really Munnelly in the end over Coogan, who was having to battle his way through the pack. Munnelly just about clinging on to that victory in heat number 2, the final heat of today for the T4 seniors. This Kiltorcan Family Funday. They will be taking to the track for their final at just after 2:45 in the afternoon. So all of the T4 senior heats have now concluded, barring one, which is the senior 168 heat number 2. And as they all roar into life and pull away from the pit lane, it will be, according to my live timing at least, Mark Gorman, but I can tell you that that is not the case, because Mark Gorman has blue overalls and the driver at the front has grey, so I'm not entirely sure who that is necessarily. But and another sort of half spin there between turns 7 and 8, so a very interesting set of affairs there. And there is indeed a spinner. That could be Niall Herson, is the name being highlighted on my timing screen. So Niall Herson perhaps having a half spin, or indeed a full spin, on the exit of turn number 8 or 9, through the kink of 9 perhaps, trying to retake his position on the grid, just about finding his way through, as they make their way through turn 14 up to turn 15, preparing for the start of this final heat before lunchtime. So as they make their way up to the start-finish line, they organise themselves into the tram lines and they get ready to go racing. And we're racing now, and it looks to be a good start by both leaders, especially from the outside there. That looks like Keith Stanley, perhaps, who has managed to get the jump off the line. That looks like the 9.6 machine. That could be even, I believe that is Keith Stanley, but I can't be sure until they cross the line this next time round. But a good start nonetheless by both of our leaders. Round the outside is a difficult move to pull off, but nevertheless it has been pulled off. Dare I say it, by Keith Stanley. That's at least the name in second on my timing screen. But a good start, a clean start, most crucially for all of our runners as they navigate their way through the second sector. So far, so good from all of them, straight away into game mode for, I believe that is Niall Herson, who has made his way up into second with the red overalls, as they make their way down through the final corner towards the start-finish line. Let's take a look at who it is who is leading. Right. No, it wasn't. It's Dean Power that's leading. Forgive me for that. Oh, never mind. It is now Niall Herson that's leading. So I was wrong twice in as many laps about the leader. So there we go. It is Niall Herson who now leads in front of Dean Power. Keith Stanley is running around in third position with those luminous yellow highlights on his race suit. Then comes Scott Garvey. And indeed, Mark Gorman managing to climb about 3 positions there, according to my live timing screen, in that first sector. So a very good showing for both of them. But it is Niall Herson who, after that half spin on, or indeed the full spin on the formation lap, has managed to find his way into first position by the end of the second lap here at the Kiltorcan Family Funday, the final heat before lunchtime. Sort of fifth, but all of the junior classes have managed to get to the food before me, and that there won't be anything left for me. But we'll continue focusing on the racing while all of that is going on. Everyone getting themselves fed and watered. But these T4 Senior 168s still very much battling it out on the track. And it is, as I say, Niall Herson who leads the way. As they came across the line, the gap was just over 0.4 of a second, but that has now closed down with Dean Power in second. Keith Stanley currently sitting in third place. He's being followed intently by Scott Garvey, James Stafford and Eddie Roach. And I believe, and a spin there and a collection at turn, that is turn number 13 with those carts that I just mentioned. There's 4 of them off. Eddie Roach is involved. I think Scott Garvey is also involved in that. There's another driver who I can't quite identify as they make their way, all bar one gets going again. That one driver, I believe, is Scott Garvey, trying to restart his car. There's more contact on the exit of turn 1. That is the
the 903 machine. That is Mark Gorman, who got his front right wheel ran over by I believe that was Kevin Stanley, who has now fallen down the order, and there's more spins on the exit of turn number 5, a half spin and indeed a full spin. Not entirely sure who that was. I can tell you all of the drivers involved in that incident at turn 13 have got going again, though, crucially. Again, I can't tell you exactly who that was, but I can say across the line at least, James Stafford was certainly involved. He set a previous time of 1:23.4, and then I believe the others were well, it was Scott Garvey, Eddie Roach, and I believe David Garvey may have been involved as well, perhaps, at least. I believe the others may have just had incidents of their own that I didn't pick up, but certainly Eddie Roach involved in it, Scott Garvey as well, I can tell you that much. The leaders, though, really starting to break away now. Niall Hurson with an 0.8 of a second gap across the line last time round in front of Dean Power. Excuse me there, the voice is getting weak at this stage of the day. It really is a testament to the racing. And there's more collisions. There's even more collisions. That Eddie Roach again, yes, and then someone has taken avoiding action and spun off in response. It really is total carnage here in the T4 Senior 168 heat number 2, and really and truly it's going to be a case of last man standing, because we're on lap 5 of 10 now. That driver who took avoiding action and consequently spun is trying to get going again, and indeed has got going again. But really the casualties racking up. Mickey Brennan has pulled off on, I believe, where has Mickey Brennan stopped? He's currently standing around towards the between turns 7 and 8 on the infield there. So Mickey Brennan, who won the last heat, having a disappointing day. Ryan Hurson also out of this race. James Stafford, I believe, is potentially out as well, although I'll wait for him to cross the line before I confirm that, or perhaps he was just involved. Perhaps James Stafford was the one who spun into the gravel after taking avoiding action. Eddie Roach, however, hunting down the cart in front of him, not getting bogged down in the instance he suffered. That looks like David Garvey, perhaps, who is sitting in front of him. So these two getting involved in a bit of a battle. You see the blue flag being displayed for, I believe that may be James Stafford. Indeed, I think it is Stafford, who gets out the way promptly for Niall Hurson, who raises his hand to say thank you for doing that in such a way that causes me to not lose any time, and indeed pulls off the racing line again to try and let Dean Power past. Dean Power still quite a way back from him, so not able to go up the inside at turn number 8. This race very much settling down after all of the incidents, as I believe that is potentially Scott Garvey. Indeed, it is Scott Garvey who has been signalled to by indicating that there's a problem with his rear bumper, and indeed his rear bumper is actually hanging off on the left hand side of the cart, and there's a significant vibration that he's going to be experiencing as a result of that. The rear bumper dragging along the ground on the left hand side of his T4 cart. So a disappointing occasion for Scott Garvey, who showed real pace up until this point, as we find ourselves on lap 8 of 10. The leader's still managing that gap nicely, although Kyle Kavanagh, sitting in 3rd place, has now fastest lap at 54.2 second time, and he's going to be trying to close down that gap to Dean Power, but dare I say, 2 laps remaining, it may be a day late and $1 short, as up to the line comes one of our drivers who is going to peel into the pits. That is Scott Garvey. So Scott Garvey, his race is over 2 laps from the end, unfortunately for him. Peels into the pits with that issue with his rear bumper after a number of collisions. And we see Hurson there, Niall Hurson, with a tremendous gap of 5.5 seconds over Kyle Kavanagh, who has now inherited 2nd place of Dean Power. Dean Power must have had an issue there. In fact, Dean Power now falling down the order. So what has happened to Power? He's out of the car, walking away from it. What on earth has happened to the man who was running in 2nd place? Kyle Kavanagh now inheriting 2nd. Kevin Stanley up into 3rd. Dean Power having a torrid time of things, losing out on a 2nd place finish.
falling down the order and is out. He's sitting on the embankment on the outside of turn number 15, thinking about what has happened. I'm not sure what's happened. I hope that he is, because on, well, the penultimate lap of the race almost, the third last lap at least, he's had an issue that has caused him to retire. So a terribly unfortunate turn of events there for Dean Power, who, as I say, was running in second. But Kyle Kavanagh is going to be thinking, that's brilliant for me. Up into second place. That explains the 5.5 second margin that Niall Hurson has over his competitor in second. Indeed, Kyle Kavanagh himself has a 4.9, almost 5 second gap himself to the car behind, which is, I can tell you, Keith Stanley. Keith Stanley coming under a bit of pressure from Mark Gorman. Oh, and I say that immediately, a move straight away. In fact, I believe that may have been, was that Mark Gorman? Certainly Keith Stanley falling down the order perhaps, or maybe it was a blue flag runner. That's also a likelihood at this stage of the race. But Peter McBride, excuse me, Niall Hurson. Why did I say Peter McBride then? Niall Hurson. Peter McBride isn't competing in this race, I don't believe. No, he is. He's down in 5th at the minute. Excuse me, Peter. Niall Hurson. I'm terribly sorry, Niall. I've really made a hames of that for you. Niall Hurson wins in fantastic fashion. What a race from him, winning by a margin of 5.7 seconds. That is incredible for the man in the red overalls with the white helmet, a very fast T4 racer. Then came home in second place Kyle Kavanagh after inheriting from Dean Power. Then Kevin Stanley and Peter McBride in 4th, in front of Mark Gorman and Michael Murphy, who finished in 6th. Kevin Walsh in 7th, Roach in 8th, Garvey in 9th, and Kenahan in 10th. Paddy Heffernan finished a lap down. He was the blue flag runner who was being passed by the leaders. He finished in 11th, and then there are non-finishers from 12th down to 17th place. Dean Power, Scott Garvey, Sean McBride, James Stafford, Mickey Brennan, and Ryan Hurson. Unfortunately, not able to take the start. So terribly unfortunate turn of events for some of our drivers. Seemingly everyone who DNF'd from that race was a driver who could be up the front. So a terribly unfortunate time for some of them. But as we say, they will have time to pull it back in the final. We will all be taking part in that. Such is the joy of the reverse grid affairs, that everyone who started at the back had a chance to start at the front. Everyone who started at the front had the challenge of cutting through the field, starting at the back. The results of the heats, each heat will be added up, and the aggregate position will assign the driver for their position for the final. The finals will be coming up. They will be starting at 1400 local time, so it is now 12 minutes past 1. So in, let me do the maths, 48 minutes time, we will be getting underway for the T4 Bambinos final. All three of them taking to the track once again to fight it out to see who gets the biggest trophy, and that is going to be something that is appealing greatly to them. So if you are watching along on the live stream, do make sure to leave it on in the background, and make sure to tune back in at 2 p.m. Kiltorcan time, and we'll bring you even more racing from the Tillotson Bambinos. A 5-lap affair around this 1100 metre track, so 5.5 kilometres of racing left in the Bambinos, and that will be coming up in just over 45 minutes time. Thank you to those of you who have watched the live stream so far. We do hope that we've delivered for you on your expectations. Big thank you to the supporters of this Kiltorcan Family Fun Day as well. Pratt Brothers Racing. I can never say that for some reason. Pratt Brothers Racing. There we go. Orrin Henry Racing, Stapleton Motorsport, Shaw Engineering, Carney Engineering, Morahan's Garage. That's one I struggle with as well. Crook International, Thomastown Creche and Montessori, JFS Automotive, Brereton Building Services Limited, Winks Preschool and After School Services, Ignite Training and Consultancy, Carol's Centra in Christopher, and Kart Paddock. Big thank you to all of our sponsors, and indeed all of the administrators and Kiltorcan Raceway for putting this event together. Massive thank you as well, it has to be said, to our team of marshals that we have here this weekend, doing a fantastic job jumping into action to rescue stricken karts, help them get back into the races, and we look forward to even more races after this lunch break. Stay tuned, we will be back in approximately 45 minutes time. These Bambinos, having raced, as I say, 8 laps so far today, are getting ready. It will be, well, I don't actually have live timing just yet, but I can tell that it will be PJ Bowes who will line up in 3rd position. And away we go now, actually. Would you believe it? So it is Danny Clancy that leads off pole. Then comes Frankie Stafford and PJ Bowes. And off the start, it is a good start by the front 2. And straight away there into the lead. A fantastic manoeuvre there by the 151 machine of Frankie Stafford, seizing the lead straight away. Now, Frankie did struggle a little bit with pace earlier on in the day in his second heat, spinning out on lap number 2 and not being able to... Oh, speaking of spinning out, there goes Danny Clancy, having an absolutely horrendous time there at turn number 5 on the opening lap. That's not the start that he would have wanted in this 5-lap heat. It is still Frankie Stafford, who leads the way in front of now PJ Bowes, who has inherited 2nd place. And the very fast young man, PJ Bowes, will be looking to inherit 1st after snatching away that 2nd place, capitalising on that start by Danny Clancy, spinning out at turn number 5. Disappointing start for him, but he does still have time to pull it back. It does seem to be something that these Bambino drivers are still getting used to, the fact that starting on cold tyres is often quite a struggle, with especially at turn 1 and turn 5, both heavy braking zones. But as we see the leaders coming down the start-finish straight now, crossing the timing beam, there is a 0.3 of a second gap separating them, but it is still Stafford who leads the way in front of Bowes as they make their way through turn number 3 down towards turn 5, the main overtaking opportunity on this circuit, but obviously not seeing anything just yet. PJ smart enough to know that you don't go for a move from that far back this early on in the race. If you need to go for it, you go for it on the final lap, or sometimes even the final corner. Although the final corner around here at Kiltorcan, not really an overtaking opportunity. However, Frankie Stafford going defensive there on the inside of turn number 8. So interesting to see a defensive posture so early on from Stafford, defending from Bowes. As look at that, Stafford again defensive to the inside. Bowes taking that optimal line, keeping it wide on the entry, keeping it a bit tighter on the exit as well. And now he's got the cutback. Here comes Bowes now, trying to make good of it, but not able to do anything up into turn number 15. So they round the final corner. It is still going to be Frankie Stafford as they come across the line. It was 0.3 of a second gap last time round. What will the gap be this time? Will it be more or will it be less? Let's take a look. It is slightly more. It's 0.4 of a second now, a bit more than 0.4 of a second. So extending by just over 10. PJ Bowes using all of the curb, though, through the kink of turn 2, as Danny Clancy tries his best to try and catch up to the lead group, but it is going to be a challenge. Both of them showing fantastic form. Frankie Stafford and PJ Bowes making their way through this very technical first sector. And Danny Clancy again spinning at turn 5. Clancy just can't seem to find form. He smashes the steering wheel in frustration, banging his hand off it time and time again. Danny Clancy really just not able to get his bearings with turn 5. For some reason, it seems to have turned into his bogey corner for this final. Not entirely sure why. He didn't seem to have issues with it before, as we see once again Stafford going defensive into turn 13. That is very interesting indeed to see him going defensive every single time into that corner, barring the first lap. But as we are coming towards the end of lap number 3, we will enter lap 4. This is the second to last lap that they're coming on to now across the line. It's an interesting line, the difference between them, as that gap once again opening up by about 0.1 of a second. Now, Danny Clancy, although he has had those spins, he is setting the fastest lap of the race. 1:14.5 is the fastest lap as held by him. Now, obviously not improving on that lap just gone, thanks to that second spin at turn number 5. But look at this battle with the leaders. Oh, there's a collision. PJ Bowes spun around there. Stafford and Bowes coming to blows with each other through the exit of turn 5. And suddenly that looks to be race over. And it was turning into a tremendous race with the two leaders battling it out. And suddenly that all comes to an end. We were saying, that was said in the driver's briefing, we don't want to see incidents, and especially we don't want to see incidents in the lead for the final. But these T4 Bambinos leaving nothing on the line, and Frankie Stafford has managed to hold on to that lead by hook or by crook, coming to blows with PJ Bowes. And now it is roughly equidistant either side of the second place runner. Stafford coming up the road. Let's see what the gap is as they cross the line. It's obviously going to be more than it was on the previous lap. It is now roughly equidistant at least as we see the last lap board being put out. It's a 4.4 second gap, so losing the best part of 4 seconds thanks to that spin. That's going to be really disappointing to PJ as he's now running around in sort of a no man's land. 4 seconds to the kart in front and 6 to the kart behind. So that is pretty much race over before it's even began, which is so unfortunate with that battle for the lead being sized up. We saw great pace from all of these drivers earlier on in the day. Unfortunately, just not living up to what could have been promised for the T4 Bambinos in this final. But nevertheless, it has been absolutely wonderful seeing them taking to the track in anger. That's very interesting now. Stafford once again going defensive through turn 13, even though there's no one behind him. So I think that could just be his preferred line through that corner. Maybe a bit more grip, maybe looking for a slightly more rubbered-in part of the track. But as he comes through the final corner, he will come up to the line, and certainly on the track at least, Frankie Stafford will win in the T4 Bambino final in front of PJ Bowes and Danny Clancy, who was so unfortunate to have those issues at the start of the race, spinning out twice in quick succession, and that really put him out of the running before he was even in the running, unfortunately for him. Even spinning out after the finish line, getting on the brakes, getting ready to go into the pit lane, it just doesn't seem to be Danny's day, unfortunately. But a wonderful performance, it has to be said, by all three of the T4 Bambino drivers. Stafford from Bowes, from Clancy, rounding out the top three of, indeed, 3 drivers. And you can always look back to earlier on in the day, their 2 heats where they put on some fantastic action, really showed their mettle, showed their craft. And as I said earlier, karting is not one of these sports where you can practice behind the scenes. All of your mistakes are seen by those who are watching at the track. And unfortunately, some of those mistakes here this weekend costing in the region of about 4 seconds at each of them, which is an incredibly high margin. Unfortunately, that is just the way that the cookie crumbles. But nevertheless, the T4 Bambino drivers can be extremely proud of the performance that they put on as we get ready to go racing for our mini final. So straight away back into the action with the minis. And what a final it is set to be. It is one of the slightly smaller grids, it seems. Now, on the sheet that I have, at least, it says that there are 17... no, I'm looking at the junior sheet. I do apologise for that. The minis, there are 9 drivers. And I can tell you that it will be... well, actually, I can't tell you who it's going to be because my live timing hasn't updated. I'm sure as they come across the line, I will be able to tell you exactly who is going to be leading down into turn 1. Now, obviously, we have the slight issue of Jim McLaren Jr. and Senan McLaughlin are both wearing the exact same overalls and helmet. So that is going to be a question that we're going to have to answer at some stage, who is in front of who. Let's just hope that they aren't battling down into turn 1, although it would be easy to say who it is if that were the case. Being told to slow down, and they don't seem to be particularly keen on that idea. Up to the line, we go racing in the minis down into turn 1. It looks like a good start there by Jack Harney. He maintains the lead, but he's being attacked there up the inside by one of the two. Well, it's now a 1-2 between Claridge and McLaughlin. Don't quote me on what order they are in, but they're still battling. So invariably, I'm going to be right at some stage, I would hope. It is one of them at least. It is 1-2 for McLaughlin and Claridge Jr. in some order or another. Then comes Jack Harney, who has fallen down from pole down into position number 3. That could be Jack Fingleton, very possibly in position 4. I wasn't keeping track of who was occupying that position. Oh, but a big hit there through turn number 12 there on the apex. Going airborne, it looked like. One of the orange overalls drivers. Can't tell you exactly who that was because they may have switched position while I was looking at my track map. But as they come down towards the line, let's see who it is that's leading. Let's look to the live timing. It is McLaughlin. McLaughlin that's leading, but Jack Harney with a stern move down into the first corner, trying to take the position away from Jim McLaren Jr. Doesn't manage it and is now back under pressure from Jack Fingleton, who is in 4th, as I say. Bit of argy-bargy there for position number 5. That trio of Billy Green, Evan McLaughlin and Harley Brereton battling away for position number 5. And that looks to be headed up at this stage at least by, well, I won't say who. It might be Brereton, but I can't confirm that. But I will be able to confirm it as we come across the line. And there goes Fingleton up the inside of Harney. But Harney trying to get the cut back on the exit of 14. It switches to the inside for turn 15. And Harney looks to have retaken that position as they come down towards the line. It is still going to be McLaughlin from Claridge Jr. Then comes Harney and Fingleton. Once again, as you were, despite the battling. No change for the lead, no change for second or indeed third. As that could all change though. Fingleton looking up the inside. Decides not to go for that move. Decides to just wait for another lap, another opportunity on this lap perhaps. Just settling down into a rhythm. And that, you have to say, is one of the wisest things that you can do in this now 9-lap final. Obviously 8 laps in the heats, but these mini drivers being given a 9-lap final. The final's always, oh, and there's a driver off there. That looks like Fingleton. Fingleton looks to have come off the track there at turn number 10 or 11. Indeed, turn 11 that is. Fingleton, I think that is, I'll confirm as they come across the line, seems to have had a terrible time there as the leaders all make their way down. It is Jack Harney now back up into 3rd position. Fingleton falling right the way down the order. That is a disaster for him in the final. And indeed, he is out from 4th position. He was occupying 3rd momentarily, or at least thinking about making a move. But that is the day over. And the Kiltorcan Family Funday, suddenly for Jack Fingleton at least, has become significantly less fun as he's forced to watch on from the sidelines, watching the battle that he should be taking part in. But unfortunately, due to whatever issue that was, whether it was mechanical or contact, not able to take part any further in this race. But it is still the top 3 battling for 1st position, and then the battle for 4th between Billy Green, Evan McLaughlin and Harley Brereton. Corey Lyons running a race of his own, it looks like, in 7th place as the leaders make their way down through turn 1 and 2, through the long sweeper of turn 3. Still no action as we see some moves there. That looks to be potentially, that looks like Billy Green, who's managed to get through on Evan McLaughlin. Harley Brereton still thinking about a move. It's very difficult to track if there's any moves happening with the leaders, though, because obviously the 2 of them are wearing both orange overalls. So that is, you'll have to forgive me if I do miss a move for the lead in that case. But all the leaders, you have to say, really closing back up to each other now, the top 3. That slipstream really coming in as a very important factor down the start-finish straight, as indeed we are onto the start-finish straight now. Clarence Jr. looks to the inside for turn 1, decides not to go for that move, but here comes Jack Harney. What can Harney do? Oh, a big hit off the curb there for Jim and Clarence Jr. and Harney not able to capitalise off that. He went probably best part of 9 inches into the air, somewhere between 9 inches and a foot into the air with that rear axle clattering the inside curb of the kink at 2. See, the battle for 4th position is really hotting up now. That looks to be still Billy Green, who is leading Evan McLaughlin, and then Harley Brereton still just sitting in 6th position, trying to think, what can I make of this should the time come? But there's a spinner through turn number 6. Oh, one straight onto the apex. That could have been very dangerous. But the leaders now battling as well as they come down onto the start-finish straight. Once again, down towards the line, down towards turn 1. It is a slipstream fest. Down through the first corner. Nothing can be made. No moves. All of that inside curb through turn 2 being used up to the maximum, though. That's very interesting to see. Here comes Harney. Here comes Harney up the inside. Not able to make a move, though. Up the inside of Claridge Jr. Can't make good on that, as it is still Billy Green from Evan McLaughlin and Harley Brereton for the battle for position number 6. Brereton trying to go around the outside, though, of McLaughlin. That's going to be a difficult move to pull off. Indeed, in this case, it is impossible. And then in P7, we have Netonas Srinsky and Corey Lyons, James Stafford Jr. And unfortunately, Jack Fingleton not able to finish this race, DNFing on, I believe it was lap number 3. The leaders, though, still as you were, coming down towards the first corner. No moves just yet. A big push there from Claridge Jr. into the braking zone, trying to force McLaughlin into a bit of a mistake there, but no can do for Claridge Jr., who is now up the inside trying to make the move. What can Jack Harney make of this? Harney takes the position away from Claridge Jr. Claridge Jr. skips over the curb and is now bumped down to position number 3. McLaughlin holds the lead, however. And Jack Harney's going to be thinking, that was really opportunistic of me. I like that, and I want more of it as they make their way through sector number 2. I can tell you that Evan McLaughlin has now been shunted down by Harley Brereton for position number 5. And indeed, it is turning into a set of 3 different battles. You've got the battle for 1st, the battle for 4th, and the battle for 7th. That battle for 7th, currently Netonas Srinsky heading up Corey Lyons and James Stafford Jr. Jack Harney now into the lead. That flashed through my peripheral vision, but it is the 2-5. That is indeed McLaughlin now back into the lead. Jack Harney shuffled back down to position number 2, so it is as you were. But look at that, Harney trying to go around the outside. That's going to be tough for him to pull off. Claridge Jr. trying to run the inside, and Claridge Jr. not want to take prisoners, decided, yep, I fit in there and I'm going for the move. And so it is back how it was at the start of the race. It is Senan McLaughlin from Jimmy Claridge Jr., Jack Harney, and the battle at the back is really heating up now between Srinsky, between Lyons, and between Stafford Jr. They're really having a bit of a ding-dong battle as the leaders make their way down into turn 1, now spacing themselves out a bit more. It is still, as we say, McLaughlin who leads the way. McLaughlin pulling to the side. Does McLaughlin have an issue? Claridge Jr. looking up the inside there. That looked like McLaughlin going off the racing line there for a second. I thought he had an issue, but he is still remaining at racing speed. So perhaps just trying to optimise his line through turn number 1. Trying out a new line, trying to stretch that gap over Claridge Jr. And it looks to have worked reasonably well for him, you have to say. Claridge Jr. maybe just losing a bit of drive on the exit of turn 3. As this... Oh, there is the checkered flag. Oh, my goodness me. I have got so engrossed in the battle that was before me that I entirely missed the fact that Senan McLaughlin has taken the checkered flag and won the final. My sincerest apologies. The battle was hotting up so much that I completely missed the checkered flag. So it was Senan McLaughlin who won the final, even though I didn't notice it, in front of Jim Claridge Jr. and Jack Harney in 3rd position. Then came Billy Green in 4th in front of Evan McLaughlin and Harley Brereton in 6th. Then came Netonas Srinsky and James Stafford Jr. in front of Corey Lyons, and unfortunately Jack Fingleton not able to make it to the flag. So a brilliant performance there by Senan McLaughlin, managing to take 1st position. Jack Harney in 3rd, managing to take the fastest lap, however. A 54.6 was his best time, which indeed was 0.2 faster than Claridge Jr. and 0.3 faster than Senan McLaughlin. So McLaughlin, even though his fastest lap was 0.3 slower than Jack Harney, managing to hang on to the victory. And that really does say something about his racecraft, you have to say. The fact that on paper, certainly he wasn't the fastest, but he managed to hang on to the lead thanks to a bit of teamwork there by all involved. And timing his moves to perfection. As we can see, the recovery vehicle making its way back onto the track to recover the stricken kart of Jack Fingleton, who's going to be very disappointed with that DNF on, I believe it was lap number 3. Indeed, it was lap 3. So a very disappointing day for Fingleton. I have to give a shout out to Billy Green, colloquially and lovingly known as Billy Billy, who finished in position number 4, winning out in that battle. Evan McLaughlin falling down to 6th. He was, for a while at least, I believe, leading that battle for 4th place. But Billy doing a good job to win out in that affair in front of Brereton and McLaughlin. Sarinsky also doing a good job, you have to say, winning out. That battle really did develop towards the end between Sarinsky, Stafford Jr. and Lyons. In fact, the gap across the line was, well, you could have covered all 3 of them in a bit less than a second. The closest gap, however, was between Brereton and McLaughlin. 42/100ths of a second. You could cover them with a blanket. So that would have been a side-by-side finish for position number 5. So fantastic end to the action in the T4 mini category. We get ready to go racing for the T4 juniors now, however, as the stricken kart of Fingleton has been recovered and brought back to the pits. All of the juniors just rumbling their engines beneath us, getting ready to head out onto the track. For what is set to be a fantastic junior final here at the Kiltorcan Family Funday. Delight to have you watching along with us. If you are listening here at the track, you can take a look at the live stream, or indeed if you're driving, you can take a look at the live stream and see what your competitors are doing on the Kiltorcan Raceway Facebook page, or indeed the Vantage Point Video Facebook live stream is available on both of them. A big thank you to Vantage Point Video, obviously, for providing the streaming services for this event. Big thank you to Senan O'Connor, doing a fantastic job, as always, bringing you the action as it happens. And it's my delight to be bringing you, and, well, I was going to say bringing you through the action as well, sort of making some sense of the action, I would hope, at least. But I won't flatter myself. I mean, I did miss the checkered flag in the last race, so I can't take an awful lot of credit in that sort of a way. Hopefully I won't do the same in the junior final. I mean, it is the 2nd or 3rd time today that I've missed the checkered. But hey, there you go. It's a good job I'm a commentator and not a driver in that sort of a way. Anyways, we get ready to go racing for the junior final. All of the karts rumble into life underneath the commentary box for this 10-lap affair around Kiltorcan Raceway, 1,100 metres in length, reprofiled last winter. A change in the circuit layout to provide better racing, more racing, and I can tell you that on the junior, as I pull my sheet in front of me, it will be Josh Allen that will lead us down towards the lights in those distinctive green overalls. Then I believe it will be Tyler Brereton, I think that is, who will be in 2nd position. Or potentially it is Brereton on pole and Allen in 2nd, but certainly Allen was the first one to exit the pits. So I'm going to assume that he is the man occupying pole position for this 11-kilometre affair around the Kiltorcan Raceway, the last time that the T4 juniors will take to the track in anger. After a fantastic season of T4 junior racing, it's wonderful to have an occasion like this where everyone can go gloves off for one last time as they get ready. They approach down towards the starting gantry. Still some weaving going on as they make their way into the tram lines. They look for the lights. And we're away now in the T4 juniors, down into turn 1. Straight away, Brereton takes the lead away from Allen, but he goes wide, and suddenly Allen is back into the lead. Brereton getting all out of shape on the exit of turn 2. The kink of turn 2 falls down to 3rd, and that looks like Joey Carney. Indeed, it is Carney who has made his way up into 2nd place. That's a good start by the man who started in 3rd. Warren Russell is now down to 5th. He's been bumped down the order 1 position by Billy Clancy, who's up to 4th. So a nice clean start by all of our runners as we have someone down towards the back. That could be Emily Stafford or perhaps Isabel McDermott, but I wasn't able to catch the number as it passed the commentary box. So I'll bring you news on that as they cross the line, as there's still battling going on up the front. That looks to be position number 6. That could be Taemin Kajorak and potentially Sish McMahon. Although, as I say, I can't confirm that from my position here. But as they come across the line, it will be Josh Allen that leads us towards turn 1 and indeed through turn 1. Then comes Joey Carney, then Tyler Brereton, excuse me. Billy Clancy up to 4th now in front of Warren Russell and Taemin Kajorak, excuse me. And that battle for first really is a trio of drivers now, with Billy Clancy hunting his way into that fray. And then you've got the 5th place runner of Warren Russell, currently sort of sitting in a bit of free space as we see some battling going on there on the exit of turn number 9. That's between Taemin Kajorak and Jack Mackenzie Smith, I do believe. So 2 drivers there getting feisty straight away on lap 2 of 10 here at Kiltorcan Raceway. But onto the back straight come the leaders once again. Will we see any moves into turn number 1? If I were a gambling man, I would say no. And if I were a gambling man, I would have won money. As they make their way through turn number 2, it is still Josh Allen who leads. Joey Carney still remains in 2nd. Let's take a look further down the order. There's a battle there for the penultimate position. That's between Isabel McDermott and Sish McMahon. The 2 lady racers going hammer and tong, battling away. It's great to see so much diversity on these T4 grids. Really and truly the number of female participants growing year on year, and it really is a wonderful trend to see in this era of motorsport. But that battle really hotting up now, as there is another battle that looks to be potentially Butler. Adam Butler battling away with that looks like, from my position, looks like Daniel Grigor with his blue overalls and red helmet. And still some more battling going on. That looks to be for position number 6. So that's Mackenzie Smith and Taemin Kajorak, who are battling away, coming down the start-finish straight. Leaders still as you were. No change for the leaders. No change for the top 5. Position number 6 is occupied by Kajorak. They make their way through turn number 3. Mackenzie looking up the inside. Oh, Mackenzie chops back onto the racing line and directly into the path of Brereton, who's into the barriers and out of the race. He smashes the top of his steering wheel in frustration. How could this have happened to me on lap 4 of 10 in the final? He's put in such a performance all day long, and to have it taken away like that is such a bitter pill to swallow for Brereton. Swiped out, completely innocent in that collision, just totally unsighted by Mackenzie Smith, who will have felt that contact and realised, oh no, that's not what I was expected to feel as I went back onto the racing line. Looking back to the leaders, it is now, for a moment at least, it was Joey Carney, I believe, who took the lead, but Josh Allen retaking it now. Still the leaders all closing up. No action from them just yet, although Carney trying to get the cut back on the exit of 5. Not able to make anything of it just yet, at least. Let's take a look further down the order at what other battles are happening. There is the potential for a battle shaping up for position number 8 between Max O'Neill, Adam Butler, Daniel Grigor, and potentially Robert Butler getting involved in that as well, although it is very much a 2-by-2 situation at the moment between O'Neill, Butler, and then Grigor and Butler. That is Adam Butler leading his brother Robert, as we are on lap 5 of 10, coming across the line to start lap 6 of 10, so more than halfway through race distance now, and Brereton getting a bit happy with that curb through turn 2. Billy Clancy nearly got a run on him through turn 3. Not able to make anything of it, though. The leaders really settling down into their pace, as we see Butler with a big crash there, colliding with, let's take a look, that's Max O'Neill. So O'Neill and Butler really getting a bit too close for comfort through turn number 3. Butler being sent sideways. They both kept going, but that's really sent O'Neill to the clutches of Daniel Grigor, who is now hunting him down. So an unfortunate collision there, totally avoidable, you have to say, through turn number 3. Both drivers just trying to occupy the same piece of racetrack, and that's never going to work, unfortunately. but luckily both of them able to keep going as the leaders conclude lap 6 onto lap 7. There's a little bit of a look of a move there from Brereton up the inside of Joey Carney. He thinks better of it though, so the leaders still as you were, still trying to break away. No one really wanting to show their hand up the front for fear that someone will try and capitalise off it, although Joey Carney is gaining significantly through turns 5 and 6 on Allen in front of him. So that could be one to watch. Certainly Joey Carney showing good pace in this race so far, but it's not over until it's over, as we've seen. I'm sure Jack Fingleton would have thought that his chances were good in the last race until that unfortunate issue put him out of the running. This race really starting to settle down now. As I say, lap 7 of 10. The leaders come round the final corner to conclude lap 7 of 10. So 2 laps remaining, and Brereton positioning himself for a move there momentarily. Joey Carney with a bit of a hit into the back of Allen, it looks like. And Carney has a fantastic run. He's bump drafting Allen all the way through turn 3. Can Brereton make a move here up the inside of Carney? Will he go for the double? No, he won't. Just takes Carney now up into second place. Brereton bumps Carney down, and indeed Billy Clancy now takes advantage of Carney's poor run through turn number 2. Excuse me, turn number 6, that is actually. For some reason, I think that's turn number 2. Who would have thought it? Josh Allen running very wide there on the exit of turn 10. So potentially sacrificing his run out of that corner slightly. Tyler Brereton will be looking to capitalise on that as much as is possible. Really get in the metaphorical mirrors of Josh Allen, who currently occupies that first position, and indeed has done for almost the entirety of the race. As he goes defensive now into turn 1. Will there be any moves around the outside by Brereton? No. Will there be a cutback manoeuvre? That's far more likely. Just not having the gusto out of turn number 1. He pushes his car forwards. He's still not able to make that move, but a little bit of a push there. That's sort of given him a bit of an opportunity. He tries to cut back. He tries the double switch back. Not able to make good of it. This really plays into Clancy's hands, though. Clancy now occupying third position, trying to make his way up into second. Can he get the move done? No, he can't. Brereton just about managing to maintain his momentum through that second sector, not leaving the door open for Clancy, although we've seen from Clancy that he knows how to make a dive bomb move. He knows how to be late on the brakes. He really does push the braking right to the limit. As we see the last lap board now, the leaders will be conscious of the fact that this is their last chance to make any moves. And it is still Josh Allen that leads the way in front of Tyler Brereton and Billy Clancy. Then Joey Carney, Warren Russell and Jack Mackenzie Smith. You see defensive posture there from Josh Allen, really sacrificing his run. This plays into the hands of Brereton, although Josh Allen just keeping it defensive through turns 5 and 6, not leaving any room for ambiguity. He's very much intent on winning this affair. This 10-lap affair coming to a close now, as they only have one sector left to go. As I can see there, a battle between Butler and another driver. That looks like the two Butlers actually going hammer and tong with each other on this final lap. So it's a Butler civil war. But as they come round the final corner, it will be Josh Allen as they make their way up to the line. Brereton drag racing him. Who's it going to be across the line? It's a photo finish, but it is Josh Allen it's Tyler Brereton. Brereton wins it by 0.04 seconds. That is the tightest of margins, taking the victory on the line by 40/100ths of a second. What a performance by Tyler Brereton. What disappointment for Josh Allen. Billy Clancy finished in third in front of Joey Carney, and Warren Russell finished in fifth, having stayed there for almost the entirety of the race, just running his own race pretty much. Sixth place was Jack Mackenzie Smith in front of Taman Kajorek, in front of Robert Butler in position number 8, in front of Adam Butler in 9th, and then Max O'Neill rounded out the top 10. Then came Ian Kajorek in 11th, in front of Daniel Grigor and Freddie Keogh. Then came Saoirse McMahon and Isabel McDermott. And then your non-finishers were Emily Stafford and Wesley Brereton. So all but 2 drivers making it to the flag in the final, and what a final that was. An incredible performance by Brereton and Allen, really putting on a show right the way until the finish. I told you that it wasn't going to hot up. until the final lap. And wasn't I right? It makes a nice change, doesn't it? Simon was right about when it would get busy on the final lap. So it was Josh Allen who just about pipped Tyler Brereton the post by, as we say, oh my goodness me. No, for some reason, the live timing was wrong about the 40/100ths of a second gap. It was actually, get this, 9/1000ths of a second. That is the closest margin of a race finish that I have ever seen in my life. 9/1000ths, 0.009 seconds. That is basically a photo. Credit has to be given where credit's due. Billy Clancy there with the fastest lap of a 53.492. So a very good performance by him, pulling his way back after his disappointing showing in his second heat, where he had that unfortunate spin at the first corner. So doing a decent job to finish in third place. You have to feel for Joey Carney, just missing out on the podium by, what's that? 2.5 tenths of a second. So Joey Carney, who was at one stage running round in second position, being bumped down the order, and unfortunately ending the race in fourth. So he's going to be a bit disappointed with that. But as we say at this Kiltorcan Family Fun Day, it is all about the atmosphere. It's all about the enjoyment factor, the fun factor, one might say. And I don't think anyone is going to be more disappointed at the result than Wesley Brereton, who unfortunately just got caught by Jack Mackenzie Smith on the entry to turn 5 and was sent into the gravel, and unfortunately failed to finish the race. That is motorsport, however. It is a game that can break your heart. It's the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, but luckily here at Kiltorcan Raceway this Sunday, it is certainly an occasion that aims to give people the highest of highs, with our T4 Bambino Mini Junior Seniors and Senior 168s all putting on a tremendous show for us ahead of our little social evening later on after the finals. We will, of course, be having our barbecue. There'll be a burger van and a chance for everyone to have a bit of a chat with each other and chat about the tremendous racing that we have had a chance to witness this Sunday morning and afternoon. The T4 Seniors make their way out onto the track for our penultimate race of the day. That's a very difficult thing to believe. The penultimate race, second to last race. We have 15 races today, and we are on number 14. That is absolutely incredible. And there is someone who seems to have stalled on the formation lap there, smacking the steering wheel. Let's see. I don't think we can use the tracking at this stage because they haven't crossed the line just yet. I can't tell who that is, unfortunately. But out of the final, before it's even begun, that is such an unfortunate turn of events for whichever competitor that is. I'll bring you news as and when I can, but only making it to the pit exit plus one corner. That is such an unfortunate way to end your Sunday afternoon. But we do have to focus back to the leaders as they make their way around the final corner. It will be Aaron Coogan who will lead us down towards the lights. I believe it is Colin Munnelly who will line up alongside him as they make their way towards the tram lines. There is a hand in the air, which is never a good sign. The pack going increasingly slowly as they make their way into the tram lines. I don't think it was a technical issue. We get ready to go racing, and we go racing. And it's a very good start by Coogan. Coogan immediately onto the racing line, takes first position, maintains it through turn number 1. It is Munnelly who sits in second. Then comes Luke Kavanagh, who is occupying third position. That looks like James Byrne has managed to hold on to his fourth. Indeed, he has. Oh, no, excuse me. It is James Byrne. Evan Darcy down in fifth. Byrne looking up the side of straight away through turn number 6. To make anything of it just yet in the race, this 12-lap affair, the longest race that we have had so far today. 12 laps around this 1,100-meter circuit, already kicking off, already action. As we can see the two leaders breaking away, it's suddenly becoming a battle 2 by 2 as there's a squabble there for position number 6. Let's take a look who that is. It's a 3-kart battle. We'll be able to tell across the line who it is. As I say, position number 6, it looks to be Hayden. Indeed it is. It's Hayden, Darcy and O'Shea all battling with each other, getting a little bit too close for comfort there at turn 14. A little bit of contact between them, but no harm, no foul, I think will be the case. It's rubbing is racing. You have side pods for a reason. Make sure to use them, so to speak, at least. It is still, as we say, Coogan who leads the way, although Coogan, having shown great pace earlier on in his first heat, really being kept honest at this stage by Colin Munnelly. Now, maybe he just hasn't had a chance to fire up the tyres just yet, or perhaps Munnelly, even though he was fractionally slower than Coogan in his last heat, is just able to keep with him thanks to that slipstream. But it is, as we say, Coogan through the final corner, still leading the race, still followed, however, by Colin Munnelly. Then this battle for third place could start heating up at some point. It is Luke Kavanagh who leads James Byrne through turn number 1. They're going to be working together, I would imagine, to try and catch the leaders up in front, although Byrne looking at making a move there up the inside through turn 3. That would be a very ambitious thing to do at this stage of the race. And then comes the battle of 4 karts, at least it could be at some point, providing the stars align. I was about to say providing the clouds align, but I think I'm mixing up my phrases there. Every cloud has a silver lining, but not necessarily aligns with other clouds. So there we go, I suppose. But it is Mikey Morahan in front of Patrick Hayden, Evan Darcy and Rory O'Shea who comprise that battle for position number 6. As I say, excuse me, position number 5 it looks to be. And indeed it is. So the battle for P5 is one that could start hotting up as Coogan begins to stretch that gap out, setting the fastest lap of 53.5. That's 4 tenths faster on that previous lap than Colin Munnelly. So now starting to stretch out a bit of a gap. As we see Hayden going for a move down into turn number 5. So Patrick Hayden getting back up the inside now, taking the position at least away from Mikey Morahan. But Morahan retakes the position once again through turn number 6. A great pass from him. A counter offence, not even a counter defence, a counter offence from Morahan, who manages to slither his way back up into 5th position. So a decent showing from him. Or at least I think that's the case. As they come along, is that... No, that looks to be Hayden. That looks to be Hayden who's currently sitting in P5 with the all-black overalls and helmet. So I think Hayden managing to hold that position, holding that 5th place. And as they come across the line, I'll be able to confirm that, yes, indeed it is Hayden who's up to P5. So no defence offered, it turns out, by Mikey Morahan. And now Hayden starting to stretch his legs and try and break away, catch up to that battle for... Well, it's not so much a battle as it is a 2-kart train. Position number 3. Already stretching out that gap, Patrick Hayden. So doing a decent job, having decent pace here. As we can see, unfortunately, already some non-finishers. Or at least one non-finisher of Mark Sweeney has unfortunately had to retire from the race. Jake Brunel and Connor O'Neill also not running presently. Brunel and O'Neill, I believe, not able to make the start. Indeed, there are 2 drivers sat at Marshall Post 3, so I think the aforementioned drivers are sitting there. We can still see... Now, there's not a whole lot of on-track action, you might say, but it's interesting to watch these battles, especially for P3, with Luke Kavanagh in the blue overalls, currently heading up James Byrne. Now, Byrne is really looking feisty. He's looking up the inside an awful lot. The body language of that kart is very aggressive indeed as they make their way in towards Sector 2. Could there be a move a bit later on as we're at half distance now, lap 6 of 12. So the leader's breaking away, and indeed Coogan has pulled out a tremendous gap. What has happened to Munnelly is the next question. Munnelly, well, there's no other way of asking this. Where is he? Where is Munnelly? He's not in... Oh, there he is. Excuse me. No, I was looking at Adam Butler. Oh, dearie me. No, not Adam Butler. Let's take a look at who that is. That looks like Killian Kelly. Or perhaps, no, it is Dylan Foy Gibbons, actually, who, with his distinctive red helmet, I mistook it for the orange and black helmet of Aaron Coogan. So I did have a bit of a panic there for a second, thinking that Colin Munnelly had dropped out of the race where he, well, plainly hasn't. Currently occupying second position, 1.4 seconds behind Aaron Coogan. So Coogan's starting to stretch that gap out a little bit. On that last lap, he was 0.3 quicker than Munnelly. So starting to pull out a little bit of a gap, a little bit each lap. See, as Dylan Foy-Gibbons comes around the final corner, it does look a lot like, certainly with my glasses on, it looks a lot like Aaron Coogan. So you'll forgive me for making that error of, well, judgment, I suppose you could call it. It wouldn't be my first, and it probably won't be my last in my commentating career. But as that is Foy-Gibbons receiving the blue flag, letting Coogan through as he should, and he'll be receiving the blue flag momentarily to let Munnelly through, and does that equally promptly. So very efficient manoeuvring there from Dylan Foy-Gibbons, not holding up the leaders in any way. Already receiving a blue flag for Luke Kavanagh behind, even though Kavanagh is currently, let's take a look, as he crossed the line he was 4 seconds behind Colin Munnelly, so maybe that's slightly offensive to Foy-Gibbons. Unfortunately, just not having the pace today, running around in position number 10 after, I believe, an unfortunate incident there on the first lap, losing some time. Unfortunately, his running for a good result is seemingly over for today. But it is still Coogan who leads the way now with a 1.8 second gap. Still sitting on his best lap time of 53.455, which is 0.2 faster than the best time of Munnelly. So Munnelly just doesn't seem to have the pace at this stage of the race, at least, as we are now 3/4 of the way through, coming on to complete lap number 9, onto lap number 10. As we see across the line comes, that looks like Mark Sweeney on the timing screen at least, but I can tell you that Mark Sweeney, unfortunately, not running in this race anymore, so that could be Killian Kelly, perhaps. Indeed, I think it is Killian Kelly. Yes, with a 29-second lead to the 29-second deficit to the kart in front. That certainly looks to be the case for Kelly, who's having a difficult time today, but still putting a shift in. Actually doing very decent lap times, you have to say. 57.6. That's a lot better than he was earlier on in the day, if my memory serves me correctly, as we see a battle there. That looks like Darcy trying to size up a move on Mikey Morahan through turn number 6. Morahan getting a bit sideways, but not leaving a door open just yet. But that could be an interesting battle to watch out for. Battle for P6 between Morahan and Darcy as we come on to complete lap number 11. Leaders make their way across the line, and it does certainly look to be in the hands of Aaron Coogan at this stage of the race, at least. Not improving on his best time, still lapping. He's lapping around 0.3 slower than his personal best, and indeed the fastest lap of the race, which is, as I say, a 53.4, but still commanding that lead. It was 1.8 seconds, it's now 1.9 seconds, so maintaining it nicely and just sort of matching the pace of Munnelly behind him. Munnelly doing a decent job controlling his race pace, and with a lot of clean air. He's got 2 seconds to the kart in front, as I say, 1.9, we'll call it 2, and then 5.2 to Luke Kavanagh, who's behind him. Luke Kavanagh himself running in a bit of a race of his own, just sort of managing his pace, getting through the blue flag traffic. And I think Kavanagh will have to settle at this stage for a best of third position. As we see onto the final lap, Coogan sees the last lap board, as does Munnelly, and they know that this is their last chance. Now, with a 2.1 second gap now between Coogan and Munnelly, dare I say it, this is Coogan's to lose as he makes his way through the first sector. We've seen the racing from Coogan so far. Once he's in the lead, he knows how to control it. He's not going to be taking any silly risks at this stage of the weekend. The man with so much experience, he's been on such good form this year in the T4 Ireland Series. Munnelly's going slowly. Munnelly's had an issue on the final lap. Oh my goodness me, Munnelly's out. Munnelly is out of the race on the final lap of the final. Munnelly has come a cropper, and he's somehow managed to, he's He's parked on the exit of turn 10. He's out of the car. Munnelly is out. And suddenly, when I said Luke Kavanagh will have to settle for third, he's promoted up into second. That is absolutely incredible. Aaron Coogan takes the flag. Well done to him. The big news, however, Colin Munnelly failing to finish on the final lap of the final. And that promotes Luke Kavanagh into second, and indeed James Byrne up into third. Patrick Hayden gets up into fourth as well, so a good return to form for him after his absence back in the kart. And already Colin Munnelly with the helmet off, wondering what on earth happened there. How has this happened? My pace was there. I was managing the race. He sits that down on the tyre barrier next to his kart and ponders his life choices, I would imagine, thinking what on earth has happened there. But it was Aaron Coogan who took the flag, as I say, in front of Luke Kavanagh and James Byrne. Then came Patrick Hayden in fourth and Mikey Morahan in fifth. Evan Darcy finished in sixth in front of Rory O'Shea. Colin Munnelly failing to finish, being classified down in eighth in front of Killian Kelly and Dylan Foy Gibbons, who both finished one lap down. So that is why they finished. They were classified as finishing behind Colin Munnelly, who unfortunately wasn't able to take the flag. Very, very unfortunate end to racing for Colin Munnelly. He seemed to be in very good form earlier on when I was chatting to him, very much looking forward to the racing today. And indeed, the racing was tremendous up until turn 10, or indeed turn 9, on the final lap of this 1100-metre circuit. So a very disappointing day for him. And dare I say it, Danielle's probably going to be thinking, oh, crikey, I'm glad I'm not at the track because I don't want to have to deal with that. I'll just give him some space to cool down. But nevertheless, you have to feel for Colin running in second position and then so cruelly taken out of the equation. I'm just trying to see on the live stream there, the cart is being lifted onto the truck. That is the 128. Let's take a look on the live time and we'll be able to tell you who that is. The 28, that is, the 28 is Patrick Hayden, but I believe that's Mark Sweeney in the 829 machine. Indeed, it is Patrick Sweeney. There's the 829. You can see the dust on the tyres, having had that incursion into the gravel. You have to say a massive thanks to our Orange Army here this weekend. We really could not go racing without them. There's the 854 machine. The 854 being piloted by, well, it's not on the live timing, so I'll have to do things the old-fashioned way and tell you manually. The 854 is in the capable hands of Jake Brunel. Unfortunately, again, not able to make it to the flag. So that's 2 out of the 3 carts recovered. And we only wait now for the recovery of Colin Munnelly. And we can expect that to happen in but a few moments' time, as the recovery vehicle only capable of carrying 2 carts, I believe. And indeed, they're taking them off the recovery vehicle before they go and rescue Colin, who you can see there crouching next to his cart, trying to investigate what the issue was. So straight away, looking at the cart, trying to diagnose what the problem was. It seemed like he just had no power on the exit of turn number 8. So potentially an issue maybe with the throttle, maybe with the engine just not delivering power to him. That is something that he's going to have to investigate more thoroughly once he gets back into Parc Fermé, but still looking like he's smiling and indeed having a bit of a chat with the marshals there. So still in good spirits, which is what you want to see at this Kiltorcan Family Fun Day. Sponsored by Pratt Brothers Racing, Oren Henry Racing, Stapleton Motorsport, Sure Engineering, Carney Engineering, Morahan's Garage, Croke International, Thomastown Creche and Montessori, JFS Automotive, Tiddlywinks Preschool and After School Service, Brereton Building Services Limited, Carroll Centra, and Ignite Training and Consultancy, as well as Kart Paddock. We can see there the recovery vehicle going back to rescue Colin Munnelly. So many people watching along on the live stream, and a big thank you, it has to be said, to Colette Kavanagh, super racing and commentary. Well done, Luke. Well, clearly cheering for Luke there, but your compliments are very much appreciated. A lot of support as well there for Colin Munnelly, so going to have a disappointed fan club when he gets home. Rose Kelly also says great racing and excellent commentary. Thank you very much. It's always nice to have positive feedback on the commentary, and I can only agree on the racing front. So thank you ever so much to all of you who are watching along on Facebook, on the Kiltorcan Raceway Facebook page, or indeed the Vantage Point Video Facebook, and cheering for your drivers. Next up, we will be having the T4 Senior 168 12-lap affair around this Kiltorcan Raceway, and that will conclude our action this Sunday here in Kiltorcan. And then we will have arguably the bit that everyone has been looking forward to who hasn't been racing. That is the barbecue, the burger van, and we'll be all thoroughly enjoying that. I just hope that I'll be able to make it down to said burger van in time, because I imagine that as soon as it gets in the front gates, it's probably going to be mugged. So I'll have to end the commentary very quickly and just race down and put my order in ASAP. At least Colin Munnelly gets to complete the final part of the lap, even if he's going around the first sector in reverse. Oh, look at that. He's even getting treated to a bit of off-roading there. That's wonderful to see for Colin. So being brought back to the pits, and then we can expect to get underway for our T4 Senior 168 final. So that's set to be a wonderful occasion. A very big grid of Senior 168s here today. 168s really taking to the Family Funday like a duck to water, and some really fantastic talents in there. You've got the likes of Mark Gorman, who unfortunately was involved in some incidents in his last heat. You've also got Mickey Brennan, who won his first heat and then failed to finish his second. Dean Power, another fast starter. Peter McBride, you can never rule out. Niall Herson as well, another great talent in the 168s. The 168s with a higher minimum weight limit, 168 kg, as the name would suggest. That's 10 kilos higher than the regular seniors, which we've just seen. And if you speak of the Angels, you shall hear their wings. The T4 Senior 168s rumble out onto the track for the final time today. To conclude our racing, we get ready for a final 12-lap final around this Kiltorcan Raceway circuit. What a wonderful venue we have. What a wonderful crowd we have here watching. And immediately that's a spinner on the exit of the pit lane. Let's take a look and we'll see who that is. I can't quite make out the number from my position in the commentary box, trying to pull the kart back towards the pits, and indeed now carrying it onto the infield. So we'll be able to bring that. That is the 920 machine. That is the 920. So I can tell you, the 920 machine being piloted this event. Well, actually, it's not on my entry sheet, so I can't tell you who the 920 is. I can tell you who the 912 is, but I fear that wouldn't be an awful lot of use to you. But nevertheless, a very unfortunate start to proceedings for one of our competitors, only making it as far as, well, we thought one of our drivers was unfortunate to make it to the exit of the pit lane plus one corner. Well, it looks like this driver hasn't even made it to that extra corner. But as we look towards the lights, we look towards the drivers who themselves look towards the tram lines. We get ready to go racing now. And we're away. Start by Herson. Herson straight away down into the lead in turn one, making his way out. That's Eddie Roach side by side there with Kevin Stanley, it looks like. Everyone making their way cleanly through the first set of corners up the inside there. That's a move. I can't make out who that is exactly, although I shall bring you that news in due course. It looks like the 15 machine, although I can't make out who that is exactly. That looks like Dean Power getting past Will Kenahan, actually, now that I look at it. The 15 machine, the 915 of Dean Power, having a good showing, starting out of position down the order after an unfortunate heat number 2. I believe it was anyway. Certainly heat 2 was where all of the leaders seemed to come a cropper. Niall Herson, however, hence why he started on pole, and indeed still leads, coming down over the start-finish line. Let's take a look at the gap. It's only 4/10 to Eddie Roach in second place, then Kevin Stanley in third, Mark Gorman in fourth, Peter McBride fifth, Kyle Kavanagh sixth, Scott Garvey seventh, Dean Power in eighth, up 3 positions from where he started in front of Will Kenahan and James Stafford rounding out the top 10. David Carvey falling down 3 positions. He's currently sitting in position 11. As all of the racers settle down into a rhythm, there's a little bit of side-by-side action. That looks like Peter McBride going side-by-side there with Mark Gorman, having a real ding-dong battle through Sector 2. And it looks like McBride has won out in that affair. Indeed, he has. Now sitting behind Kevin Stanley, who himself sits in third position. So McBride in that luminous yellow helmet, making his way up to fourth, sitting just behind that top 3 trio who are now spacing themselves out. It is still Person who leads in front of Roach and then Stanley, as I say, as we see more battling there. So this isn't over between McBride and Gorman. Gorman up the inside now. A little bit of a touch there with McBride. That leaves him vulnerable on the exit. And that looks like Kyle Kavanagh trying to get back through. Indeed, it is Kyle Kavanagh. As far as I can see, Dean Power could be getting involved in this momentarily also. It is really hotting up here. No room for ambiguity as we have this battle. And this has really actually allowed Peter McBride to start breaking away up the road. So it's turned into a 3-kart battle for position 5, followed by the 2 karts of Scott Garvey and James Stafford in 8th and 9th respectively. And then there's a big gaggle of 5 karts down towards the tail end of the field. That's headed up by Will Kenahan. Then comes Michael Murphy, David Garvey, Sean McBride, Kevin Walsh, and unfortunately Paddy Heffernan was not able to continue on in this race, having failed to finish, as that looks to be Garvey potentially getting involved with Power, perhaps. No, excuse me, that is Garvey getting involved with James Stafford, James Stafford. So those two really starting to get into the mix with each other, as this battle at the back has turned into a 4-kart battle, really starting to hot up. Peter McBride not really able to capitalise, it seems, on that gap emerging up towards the front. Nevertheless, he is still sitting in position number 4. Mark Gorman still sitting in position 5, from what I can see from my position in any case. And there's a black and white flag for the number 953 machine. That is David Garvey. So Garvey perhaps giving a signal there to calm down his racing after that bold manoeuvre up the inside of turn number 3 on James Stafford. Unfortunately, didn't work out for him, or at least I believe that it must have been Scott Garvey if he's been given a warning flag. Nevertheless, Stafford still leading the way as we see that on this towards the fringes. In fact, it's the battle at the back. It looks to be Walsh battling away with Murphy round the outside there. I believe that was Murphy round the outside in the white helmet through turn number 10, but losing out a little bit. That looks like Walsh. So that's a battle that's heating up that we should keep our eye on, keep it in the back of our minds as we see the leaders coming down across the line. It is still Hurston that leads now with a 1.995 second gap, so nearly 2 seconds as he posts the fastest lap of the race. We are at half distance now. So the top 3 covered by 4.2 seconds, really starting to space out now. So this is really turning into a more tactical battle, who pushes and when, especially with this battle for position number 5, that is, with Mark Gorman, Kyle Kavanagh and Dean Power. Dean Power really will be looking to get up the road, because he will believe that he's certainly faster than this group that he has in front of him. However, he does have to navigate 2 karts before he can make a break towards the front. And with only 6 laps remaining, you have to say it is going to have to be sooner rather than later. As you see a move there up the inside towards turn 1. That looks like Kyle Kavanagh trying to get past, and indeed he has. Kavanagh being bumped down, Kavanagh being overtaken there by Mark Gorman, and Dean Power still just waiting in the wings. Indeed, Dean Power now gets through past Gorman, so Gorman in the blue overalls being batted back down. I believe at least, yes, that is the case. So, no, excuse me, where am I getting Gorman from? Oh, yes, Gorman was in position number 5. As he crossed the line, he now finds himself down in position number 7. And this battle has sort of brought James Stafford into the fray. He's starting to close up on the back. And with lap 7 now being completed, on to lap 8 we go. That gap at the front now being stretched out to 2.5 seconds. Peter McBride starting to close in. Indeed, McBride sets the fastest lap of 54.3. So a decent showing from McBride in this race, having broken away from the pack behind him, showing some very good pace, trying to close up to Kevin Stanley, who currently occupies 3rd position. There's a few moves down in towards turn 1, it looks like. That is the 953 machine. It looked like as it passed my commentary box. That is David Garvey, who leads Michael Murphy, I believe that might be. Indeed, it is Michael Murphy. So Garvey and Murphy having a bit of a ding-dong battle towards the closing part of this race. Peter McBride, however, has really closed up on Kevin Stanley in front. Now, this could be a very interesting battle, as we have completed 2/3 race distance now. Peter McBride really starting to close up. The gap was 9 tenths. It's now 4 tenths, so gaining half a second in that lap, Peter McBride. Doing a very good job using all of the apex curve through turn number 3, gaining a lot on the brakes through turn 5, using all of the exit. He really is a man on a mission now, Peter McBride, doing a tremendous job at hunting down. Look at how that gap has reduced. That is, again, the gap has roughly halved. Here comes McBride up the inside on the exit of turn 10, not able to make anything good of it just yet, but really a show of intent there from Peter McBride, making his stance known, saying, I want to get through and I shall. Tries it up the inside. Has that worked out? They're still side by side. No, McBride not able to get the run out of turn number 14. Has to just hold station. Will there be a move down in towards turn number 1? They cross the start-finish line. No, McBride is just too far back to make that move. So obviously losing momentum on the exit of 14, and that really has cost him quite a bit. Down through turn 3 and 4. Towards turn 5, still nothing on the cards for McBride just yet, as we have completed now 3/4 race distance. We're now on lap 10 of 12, so we can expect to see the last lap board in but about a lap's time. McBride down the inside, and that's a fantastic move by McBride, getting past Kevin Stanley, doing a decent job. Stanley tries to fight back. Nothing can be done, though. Peter McBride straight up into 3rd position. Oh, I say that now. Stanley up the inside again, fights back. A little bit of rubbing between the two of them. McBride bouncing up and down in his car, trying to get more momentum, trying to get more drive, raise the revs up slightly. But that is very good defence, it has to be said, from Kevin Stanley, holding on to his 3rd place position. That's very good for Kevin, having a good showing in this final as they make their way through. And this is really starting to invite now. This is really inviting Kyle Kavanagh into the fray, I do believe. Or no, excuse me. That looks to be... who is that, actually? That's not Kyle Kavanagh, surely. Kyle Kavanagh has blue overalls. I'm not entirely sure who that is, but it is indeed Kevin Stanley who gets back up the inside. No, it isn't. It's Peter McBride who gets back up the inside again. Loses out, though. Becomes the victim of the switchback, really. And now Kyle Kavanagh, it certainly looks to be Kyle Kavanagh who's managed to get onto the back of them. Although I'm almost sure that he was wearing blue overalls in his previous races. So Kyle Kavanagh looks to be in the fray now as Peter McBride loses out through turn 15. He's now at the back of this pack, coming down towards turn number 1. So it will be as they cross the line up the inside now. Kyle Kavanagh is battling with Kevin Stanley after taking the position off Peter McBride, although he has fallen back into the clutches of McBride through the first sector. So it's really turning into a 3-kart battle for the lead as the last lap board is out. So we can expect the checkered flag this time round for the leaders. And it is still indeed Niall Herson, who now has a 4.4 second lead. So doing a fantastic job as he makes his way through the final sector to conclude this Sunday of racing here at Kiltorcan. What a Sunday it has been. And we see a move there up the inside. That looks like Kavanagh going for a position, but it is Niall Hurson who wins in front of Eddie Roach, who will come home in a respectable second place in clean air. Plenty of gap in front, plenty of gap behind. The battle for third will be won by Kevin Stanley. Then will come Kyle Kavanagh. Peter McBride down in fifth after showing wonderful pace. Dean Power finishes down in sixth in front of Mark Gorman. And then James Stafford makes his way down towards the line, crosses the line, and is classified in eighth position in front of Scott Garvey and Kevin Walsh. So Walsh rounds out the top 10. And then certainly as they come across the line, indeed the timing updates to confirm that, David Garvey will come home in position number 11, I suspect, although for some reason it shows that Michael Murphy has finished before him. So that's very interesting. In fact, I believe that David Garvey may have had an issue on that final lap and hasn't been able to take the checkered flag. So that will be a very unfortunate turn of events for David. But nevertheless, the timing shows him as being in position number 11. Timing also shows Michael Murphy as being in 12th in front of Will Kenahan, who was the final finisher, as far as I know at least. And then Sean McBride and Paddy Heffernan, unfortunately not able to take the flag. Well, that concludes an absolutely sensational day of racing here at Kiltorcan. It's been a wonderful occasion and a fantastic day for all. So big thank you to all of Kiltorcan for giving us this this opportunity. And we're delighted to be having a mechanic family fun Grand Prix. So the mechanics for each of our drivers will be having their own race, the Mechanic Family Fun Grand Prix. So I've been handed this sheet now, and I'm going to have to read off the names. I apologise sincerely if I mispronounce any of them, but I should be able to make my way through. So we will have Colm O'Keefe, Jim Claridge, Senior, that is, Glenn Brereton, Mark Allen, Cyril Kavanagh, John Stafford, Powell. Here we go now. Here's the mistake coming. No, I do have it written down. Powell Kajurek, Martin Carney, Clayton Pratt, Michael Etherly, Killian Beat, Friend Beat, on Gardashir Corner, would you believe it? Cyril Kavanagh, Cyril Kavanagh is on there twice for some reason, but we're going to have two Cyril Kavanaghs is what I can conclude from that. Jeff Coe and Wayne Maloney. So they will be taking part in the Mechanic Family Fun Grand Prix here at Kiltorcan Raceway. So great to have a bit of activity for the mechanics as well. They've done such a good job all day today preparing their T4 drivers for competition, for battle. But as I pull up my live timing, we now have, or at least we should do, pardon me, I'm trying to eat my burger simultaneously while commentating on the rental race with the mechanics that we have. I've been very courteously provided with the entry sheet, thanks to Ben McLaughlin. Where was it you finished in the Nations Cup, Ben? Second, wasn't it? Third. So you now have a first place trophy, a second place trophy, and a third place trophy. So reigning T4 Nations Cup runner-up, Ben McLaughlin, provided me with this handy Mechanic Family Fun Grand Prix sheet. So the drivers that we have competing here, Colm O'Keefe, we've got Jim Claridge, who very kindly gave me a lift to the circuit this morning. We've got Glenn Brereton, we've got Mark Allen, Cyril Kavanagh, we've got John Stafford, Powell, we've got Powell Kajurek as well. And then we have also in there, we've got Martin Carney, we've got Clayton Pratt, Michael Elworthy, we've got Killian Beat, Friend Beat. We have on Gardashir Corner as an entity competing here, thanks to our Garda Children's Officer, Andy, I believe his name is. Then we've got Jeff Coe, we've got Wayne Maloney, we've got Anton Sarinsky, we've got Ricky Burke, Don O'Sullivan, and we've got Billy Coogan as well. Lads, now Ben, normally you'd be racing at events like these, but obviously today you were cheering on your brother. What do you make of the racing out there as a spectator rather than a driver?
Well, yes, it's very different because you're looking around, focusing on your driver rather than just watching them for fun.
And what do you make of the rentals rather than the T4 karts that you'd normally be racing? What kind of different challenge would it be providing for these drivers compared to those that we were seeing earlier on?
Well, they would be a lot heavier, which would be a lot less grip, and they'd be a bit slower. And also here in Kiltorcan, there's a new corner for the rentals, which is challenging, coming down the main straight.
Of course, you're talking about the turn 16 chicane is the corner that Ben's talking about there that we'll see on the live stream. As we can see there, Garda Síochána doing a fantastic job so far, although there is a yellow flag there at turn number 12, that is. Not sure what that was for, but gone away now. How much of a challenge do you think the new chicane provides? Because obviously in the races that we were watching earlier on, there was no chicane, and you could just use that momentum down the hill to sort of push the kart along and perhaps get a bit more of a draft on the driver in front. But obviously now they're having to get on the brakes and navigate their way through the chicane. Does that provide more of a challenge for the drivers?
Well, it would definitely provide a difficult overtaking spot into turn 1, because if you get it right, it'll be easy to overtake. But if you make a mistake in there, you'll lose a big gap.
Certainly that seems to be the case, and we're seeing some decent battling going on out on the track, although it is difficult. I'm not sure what it is, to tell you the honest truth, Ben. Ben asking, is it qualifying? We see Garda Síochána spinning out there through turn number 2, but he has managed to get going again. There's the Garda checkpoint. Isn't that wonderful to see? The Garda checkpoint, obviously the Garda have to stop at the Garda checkpoints. Going in pursuit, one might say, of the other competitors. We have, I believe, 18 karts out on the track, I counted. Now, unfortunately, I'm trying to but obviously it isn't set up for the rental race, as we can try and launch the live timing. But it just tells me, no, the event is not live. So, lads, we have absolutely no idea what's happening. We don't know whether it's qualifying. We assume that it's a Grand Prix at least. We don't know who's winning. We don't even know who's in which kart, because the numbers on the entry there are not the same as the kart numbers that we have racing around the track. What kind of lap times? Because obviously we were seeing in the seniors and the 168s especially, lap times in the 53s, 54s even occasionally, Ben. What kind of lap times would you be expecting to see from rentals around here in your experience? Because you mentioned that they're obviously heavier, they're slower. The drivers obviously in many cases have less experience. So what kind of lap time would you say would be somewhere resembling good?
Well, I'd say that these drivers who are mechanics, who do be giving us hints all the time and watching, would probably be a bit faster than the average driver, and I would guess around 1 minute, 1 minute point 1. That would be my guess. I don't know. 1
minute point 1. What's going to happen to any of these drivers who you know if they're anything above 1 minute point 1?
I don't know.
Brutalization, yeah, brutalization for sure. Because obviously we've got a number of drivers in here who you'd expect to be up there. Clayton Pratt is one, yeah, absolutely. Clayton Pratt is a veteran, actually, of the T4 Nations Cup, formerly the World Cup. He raced there in 2021, and I believe 2020 as well. Jim McClarich, he doesn't have a whole lot of racing experience, I don't believe, but he knows his way around the mechanics of a kart, at least, certainly, as we see Garda Síochána actually getting out of the way of someone, which is, you have to say, a role reversal, one might say. Billy Coogan as well. Obviously, Aaron Coogan was doing really well earlier. Do you think Billy Coogan would be up there as well as one of the front runners?
Yeah, I'd say Billy Coogan will go pretty well. Yeah, probably top 5.
And Ricky Burke as well. Now, Ricky is the father of course, Keith. Keith Burke, very quick driver himself. Does Ricky have much experience racing, or is he mainly just the brains behind the operation? Do you know?
I don't know. Keith was mechanicking today, like me, so he wasn't driving today either.
Yeah, I have to ask, what was the decision that drove you to take up doing mechanicking rather than driving? Because obviously you're a very fast driver in the T4s and in the other series that you race in. So what was the decision to come here today as a mechanic rather than a driver?
Well, I was supposed to be out of the country this weekend, but it got changed to next weekend. And my dad had to work, so I came to the mechanic.
So it was purely that you were forced to. It wasn't that you volunteered as such.
Well, I sort of volunteered, but I didn't really want to stay at home, so I said I'd be a mechanic.
Well, that's as good a reason as any, I have to say. But some decent battles emerging out on track. Obviously, it's very difficult to tell who's who in that sort of a way. The only driver that's really distinguishable, it seems, is the guard. Indeed, yeah. If only that we could see the numbers on the carts slightly more clearly, we might be able to offer a more in-depth commentary. All we can really talk about is what the Gardaí are doing. Ben has decided that he's going to go on an adventure downstairs so that he can go and see if it's on one of the TVs downstairs. So that's probably actually a good move from him. Unfortunately, I can't leave my commentary box because otherwise the signal from the microphone will drop out. I'm just watching on the live stream now. Unfortunately, the live stream, as I'm talking to you, you're getting my commentary about 15 seconds later than what I'm saying. So Clayton is on pole.
Well, no, fastest.
He's fastest. Okay. That's the gospel according to Ben. Clayton is fastest. Now that's fairly what's the word? Predictable that Clayton would be. Cyril Kavanagh is second. So really, our live timing system is Ben McLaughlin. Is what we can take from this. We're relying on Ben to go running downstairs and then come back up to relay to us who's the fastest and who's second. So maybe we could get that relayed up to us by a screen. But unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately, the top, bottom and sides of it is that we just have to rely on Ben to go downstairs and then come back up and tell us who it is that's leading. Ben, what's the news?
The fastest lap is set by Clayton Pratt is a 109.6.
It's a bit.
Oren Fitzpatrick is in third place now.
It's a bit slower than your prediction of 1 minute point 1. You have to say, or 109.
Yeah, I don't know. They must be all very heavy carts or very slow. I don't know.
Well,
the chicane might add on a second or so.
We still have 8 seconds to account for in that case. So we'll put it down to the carts. We won't go accusing anyone of being underskilled or overweight. We will just blame it on the equipment. You know, that's what all the best tradespeople do. They blame the equipment when it goes wrong. But a 109 is the kind of lap times that we're talking about at this stage of the race. Now, it has to be clarified. We don't actually know how long the race is going on for. Actually, we do, because on the back straight is the checkered flag. Up between that's between turns 14 and 15 is the checkered flag. So what that means, I'm not entirely sure. Presumably now people are going to get into grid order and we're going to go racing for the... Ben has some news. He's come up the stairs and just loudly announced, I've got some news. Ben, what is the news?
So that was qualifying and we're now gridding up for our race.
Right. Do we know how long the race is going to be, or...?
No, I am not quite sure of how long the race is going to be.
I love that. No, we don't know how long the race is going to be. Well, I mean, we didn't even know how long qualifying was going to be. We just sort of kept talking until there was a checkered flag. So I imagine we can do the same thing here with our Mechanics Family Fun Grand Prix here at Kiltorcan Raceway. Obviously, we're not sure how long it's going to be. Probably something around 10 or 15 minutes, I would suspect, given my experience with other rental races. But obviously, we are joined up in the commentary box as well by Senna McLaughlin. Senna, you were putting in some really sterling performances earlier on in your races. You actually took the flag and won in the final. How was today compared to the regular races that you'll be taking part in?
Yeah, it's not. The racing's a lot closer, and there's not as much pressure. The grids are a lot smaller as well. So.
And how do you find the atmosphere around the paddock? Because obviously today is about everyone coming in and having a bit of fun and a fairly relaxed atmosphere. How do you find the atmosphere around the paddock today compared to other race weekends that you've experienced?
It's a lot more relaxed because it's just a little bit of fun.
Certainly, yeah, that much is absolutely true. It is always just a bit of fun with the T4 karts and now indeed with the rental karts. So it is going to be the race starting in just a few moments' time on the back straight. And we have to say the McLaughlin's really coming in very useful in this situation, because Colin McLaughlin has now sent me the qualifying results on my WhatsApp. So very, very big thanks to Colin. The starting grid for this the Grand Prix that we have coming up for you. We'll be able to bring you what the running order is. Ben with a fantastic observation there, pointing out that the guard is last. So, I mean, hey, at least that way he'll be chasing people down rather than the other way around, as it should be. So we can tell you that's position number 11. That's absolutely correct, Ben. So let's take a look at first place. And we're already racing, but we don't really know who's leading. So we're going to just sort of run you through the qualifying order. Immediately, tactics there up at the front. Drivers saying to each other, let's work together. Immediately, the guard making up one position. Let's see who he's passed there. Zoom out, switch across, and then zoom back in. And, well, we don't know. We don't know who the Gardaí have overtaken, but they have overtaken someone at least. That's really the only the only information that we can bring you. Is there's a little bit of contact there through turn number 8, I believe that is. Yes, indeed, turn number 8. So some contact there towards the back of the pack. People straight away getting involved with some battling there. Clayton Pratt has fallen down to second. We believe that's Oren Fitzpatrick.
Inside for first. Clayton for that. Clayton Pratt goes up into first in the last corner.
So Clayton Pratt really getting involved in some battles early on here. Straight away over the start-finish line. As we say, we don't have the live timing, but we know that Ben knows these drivers, and so we're going to trust his he knows the jumper. There you go. Ben knows the jumper. So would I be correct in saying, Ben, that Clayton is the one with the brown jumper? Yes.
No, Clayton is the one with Pratt Brothers Racing in the P1 on the back of his jumper.
You've got much better eyesight than I do, I have to say. Oh, yes, indeed. There is a small little red logo on the back of the jumper of the driver in first. So that's how we can identify Clayton Pratt as the leader in this race. But everything's sort of settling down a little bit on lap 2 of, well, we don't know how many laps, but lap 2 nonetheless. I can run you through the starting order at least. It was Clayton Pratt who started on pole in front of Oren Fitzpatrick and Cyril Kavanagh. Then Daniel O'Sullivan started in 4th in front of Jim Claridge and Martin Carney. John Stafford finished in 7th in front of Glenn Brereton and Powell Kajorek in front of Jeff Keogh, rounding out the top 10, Ben.
Oren Fitzpatrick is in second place, and I forget.
Oren Fitzpatrick is in second place, and I forget. Those are the exact words of Ben McLaughlin. But in fairness, Ben, you do have a better idea of what's going on than I do. So I've actually been sent more photos by Colin McLaughlin now. So let's see. It is literally a minute-by-minute timing update by Colin. We don't have the timing screen up here. Daniel O'Sullivan and Cyril Kavanagh. Let's turn up the brightness on the phone so we can see a bit better what the current running order is. So it is Clayton Pratt, at least, according to the timing screen downstairs, who was leading.
Third place, I think that's Daniel O'Sullivan and Cyril Kavanagh battling it out for third place.
So a battle for the top three, and that looks like Clayton Pratt is starting to break away, and Oren Fitzpatrick seems to be following him. That's a really big gap that they're building up over who we believe is either Daniel O'Sullivan or Cyril Kavanagh, who is in position number 3. That is Daniel O'Sullivan, I do believe, with the brown jumper. But a really big battle starting to heat up, Ben, for position number 3. We've got sort of 4 karts involved. It could easily turn into 6 karts as we see a battle there still between O'Sullivan and Kavanagh. That looks to be Kavanagh who has won out just about in the white helmet, but another move up the inside.
Yes, big battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. I'm not quite sure who it is, but it's an interesting battle. And I see the guard is kept his place in 18th place, not last, second last.
Ben certainly does have a way of not mincing his words, which you love to see as a commentator. It's sort of like Murray Walker and James Hunt from back in the day. But some really fantastic racing emerging here on the fringes of sort of maybe around the top 10, getting into the teen positions. But as we can see, that battle for 3rd really turning into a trio, and then 2 more karts. And
Oren Fitzpatrick seems to be closing up on Clayton Pratt here for the lead. A tight enough battle. I'd say he's going to catch him in a lap or 2.
And it does raise an important...
Oren Fitzpatrick into the gravel.
So big drama there for Fitzpatrick, getting all out of shape on the exit of turn number 5 there, and that's really lost him an awful lot of time to Clayton Pratt up at the front of the field. He's really, the gap there, Ben, it seems to have almost doubled. It really does go to show just how important momentum is in these rental cars, though, doesn't it?
Yes, and when you go off like that, you have colder tyres and you have to warm up your tyres again, especially in those rental kits.
Of course, because these rental karts, the tyres are a much harder compound than what you would find on a racing kart.
2 karts spin and back near the back, 16th and 17th, I think, and the guard makes up another place.
So you have to say the guards being very opportunistic in the moves that they're making, but that is what racing is a lot of the time. It's opportunistic moves as and when you can make them. Clayton Pratt making sure to use all of the curb there on the apex of turn number 2. Lads, I'm going to go through each of you because obviously you guys are normally racing out on the track. What is it like for you guys watching as competitors? Because obviously for someone like me, I'm always watching, trying to see which battles are going on. What do you guys make of it, though, watching along as spectators?
It's very interesting because they're rental cars and they don't really race much. Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, they do seem to be putting on a decent display out there, you have to say. For a rental race, it does seem to be very highly skilled, I would say, personally. Who would your money be on? Because we've got sort of this battle of the top 2 between Pratt and Kavanagh. Obviously, Kavanagh dropping back ever so slightly, but that could all change if Calvin Pratt makes a mistake. It's those mistakes in rentals that are really important that you don't make them, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's pretty vital. And obviously, the fan favourite in this race is the guard. Having started in last place, now sitting in, well, it's a way of putting it, but we'll call a spade, sitting in 3rd last, being actually under attack there. What kind of advantage do you think the more experienced drivers have over the guard in this situation?
Well, they know the better lines and like their tires are grippier and well, yeah.
Some great input there from Corey Lyons. Corey, you're racing in Bambinos today. Minis, aren't you? You were racing in Bambinos in Spain, though, weren't you? Yeah. What do you make, because this is your first race in Mini, as Ben has just conveyed to me there. What do you make of the differences between the Bambinos and the Minis in the T4 category?
Faster. It's way cooler and and you get to, it's more like people, and you can, and like people are overtaking you, and not much in the Bambinos. Like the Bambinos are only like 6 or something people, like in Spain, but there's not much people to race. But not like in the Minis, there's like a billion people. Yeah, so.
Hopefully we'll see an increase in the grids of the Bambinos in future, though. Ben, while I've been talking to Corey, you must have had some serious insights, because you've been watching the racing very intently. What's changed since we last spoke to you out there?
To me, Oren Fitzpatrick seems to be cattling on Clayton Pratt the tiniest of bits after. Oh, there's a spinner facing backwards on turn 6 and 7. Oh, he's got himself turned around. I think that is Colin O'Keefe. I'm fairly sure that is Colin O'Keefe.
Very good driver recognition skills, I have to say, from you guys. I mean, I can't recognise these drivers. I do it for a living. Senan, just coming back to you, I mean, you've obviously been watching along with these drivers. What kind of differences have you noticed between the driving styles of those at the front, like Clayton Pratt, and those towards the back of the field, like the guards?
Well, the people at the back, they don't really know where to place the car, whereas the people at the front, they know where to put it and sorts like that.
And they know, the lads running around at the front as well, that it's important to keep the revs high in rentals. That's something that's common with the T4s as well. It's important to keep the revs high, isn't it?
Yeah, they're both 4-stroke, and if you lose speed, it's really hard to get it back up, so you have to keep going.
So momentum is absolutely crucial. Ben, you have another word to give to us.
To me, I've been watching Clayton Pratt at the front. He seems to be hitting the curbs on the inside, like slipping the clutch, so he gets the revs up and gets the power up in these rental carts, which don't have a lot of power. I'm not sure whether he's supposed to be doing that, but that's what it looks like he's doing.
Well, it's interesting to see the tactics going on in...
Takes his foot out, his foot must be getting sore.
It's interesting to see, though, you have to say, the differences between those at the front, like knowing to skip over the curbs to try and get the revs up. How much do you think that contributes to a good lap time? In terms of tenths of a second, do you think that would make a big difference? Obviously, we're talking about 109s in terms of lap time. Do you think that knowing those little tricks like slipping the clutch, going over the curbs, do you think that makes a big difference?
Well, it would definitely make some bit of a difference. I'm not sure how much, because I have never driven a rental cart. And yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Well, there's most of us who have never driven a racing cart, and then there's some people who've never driven a rental cart. Ben McLaughlin is one of them. Ben, we've got another battle here, or is this a blue flag situation for Clayton Pratt?
Clayton Pratt is down the main straight. I don't see anyone.
That just shows how much I'm following along with the race. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got five pundits here, 5 media analysts. Lads, I'm going to come over to you. Just introduce yourselves to the live stream and talk to us a bit about the racing that you've witnessed here this Sunday at the Family Funday.
Yeah, I'm Jake. It's been great racing today. Personally, racing my first race in senior today, moving up from junior. The racing's a lot different compared to junior today. Yeah, everyone's been driving excellent. There's been 1 or 2 small little touches here and there, but other than that, racing's been super clean.
And do you have a mechanic out here racing in the Mechanics Grand Prix?
Sadly, no. My dad isn't able to race.
Oh, well, we wish him the very best. I'm sure we'll see him back out if we have this event again next year, which I sincerely hope that we do. I'm sure we'll see him back out fighting up at the front, bouncing over the curbs and slipping the clutches and gaining a few hundredths of a second. I'm just going to come over to you now. Just sorry for cutting in front of your view of the track there. Again, just introduce yourself for the live stream for those watching at home. Do you have anyone watching at home that you know of that you want to shout out?
Probably my family from Poland watching the live stream when I was racing in juniors, which was a great racing, very clean, but as Jake said, a few hits here and there, and yeah. The most enjoyable part of this day is probably watching the mechanics racing, especially those 3. I think they're just coming around the back, which is very entertaining, and I really like this day, and it's very fun.
I have to say, obviously, you mentioned your family watching along in Poland. Do you have a message in Polish for them that you want to send to them?
Not really, because I don't think they would understand anything, to be honest. So, yeah.
That's fair enough. I mean, the racing really speaks for itself in that sort of a way. You know, the racing what's the word? It transcends language in that sort of a way. Delighted to say we've got how many people do we have up in the commentary box now? We've got 2, 4, 6. We've got 8 people, 9 including myself. 6 minutes left. That's the official timing that they have downstairs? Okay, 6 minutes left. How many laps is that? 109, so about 5 laps, yeah. So we've got about 5 laps remaining. I'm not sure where Clayton Pratt is, so I can't really tell you if that's going to be 5 laps as we cross the line or 5 including this one. Oh, is this him coming down towards turn 1?
That's my dad right there.
That's your dad. What do you make? Car 16? 16. Where's... Oh, right. That's Clayton Pratt there, then. What do you make of your dad's performance in this race so far? Is he living up to expectations, or are you going to give him a proper hiding when he gets back to the pits?
I mean, there's a lot of mechanics here who drove professional go-karts, so I'm happy that he's sitting in 8th because he started 9th. So hopefully he just drives the whole track cleanly and doesn't crash. And yeah, shout out to my dad.
It's really high expectations, isn't it? I hope he doesn't crash. I hope he just drives cleanly. I mean, top 8 out of probably about 18 drivers out there is pretty good going. So, I mean, but I have to come back to yourself there, buddy, because obviously you've got a neutral point of view on all this. When it comes to the rental karts, the difference, because obviously you say this is your first race in seniors. You've noticed, I presume at least, the difference between the juniors and the seniors? What would be the biggest differences between a senior T4 kart and a rental kart like these, other than, say, the weight? They're both 4-strokes, aren't they?
Yeah, the acceleration on the T4 karts is a lot better. Even the seniors compared to the junior karts is miles better. The steering as well, 10 times better. As you said, the weight makes a big difference in everything. The tyres as well, we use hard compound tyres, where these are super hard tyres.
And what kind of impact would that have? The braking, because obviously you're entering the corners with a slower speed, but you have a heavier kart and less grippy tyres. So would the braking distances be greater in rental karts or smaller than a T4?
I'd probably say they're later, because you're not going as fast coming into the corner, and the kart being heavier slows it down a bit easier. So,
sorry, what was that, Ben?
I would say you'd brake earlier in a rental kart, because with the weight it would be harder to slow it down because it will just keep going.
So a difference of opinion in that case then between a number of the drivers.
Flag's getting in Calvin Pratt's way, and 3 minutes left. He's coming into turn number 10, passing blue flags everywhere.
I mean, it's you should really think about becoming a pundit, Ben, because I mean, the way that you follow a race is truly remarkable in that sort of way. The way that you call it, blue flags everywhere, they're all getting in Clayton's way. It really is something incredible. Now, obviously, I say I'm joined by 2, 4, 6, 8 commentators in the box. 9 including myself. I'm just going to come to you, buddy. Just to introduce yourself for the live stream. Is there anything that you want to say to your family back home?
I'm Jack Harney, and yeah.
And obviously, you're wearing a McLaren top up here. We've got the Singapore Grand Prix later on today. Lando Norris starting on pole. Do you think he can win from pole with Verstappen alongside him?
Definitely.
Has it already happened? Oh, I thought it was later on in the evening. He did win. Well, there you go. Jack Harney says that he didn't even know that Lando Norris won. It says something, though, about your commitment, Jack, to the Kiltorcan family Funday, that you weren't even watching the Formula One. You didn't even know that it was going on. So fair play to you in that sort of way. It was a very good day for you, though. You were fighting up at the front for pretty much the entirety of the racing today, weren't you?
Yeah. It was very hard to win today, but you get what you get and you don't get upset.
You get what you get and you don't get upset. I absolutely love that catchphrase. I'm just going to come over to you, buddy. Once again, just introduce yourself to the live stream. And is there anyone back home that you want to send a message to?
My name is Evan McLaughlin, and there's no one really I want to say anything to.
Do you want to say thank you to Ben for being your mechanic this weekend, or...?
Thanks, Ben, for being my mechanic. You were okay. You weren't the best.
I mean, it really is a brotherly heart-to-heart, isn't it? Thanks for being my mechanic, Ben. You were okay. I mean, you have to say, Ben, for a first time being a mechanic, that's a pretty good compliment to get, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm happy nothing broke down, and he kept going, so happy enough.
You can't complain with that. Nothing broke on the car, and he kept going, and he took the flag in the end. So fair play to him. Made it all the way to the finish.
If the checkered flag is coming out, I'd say the race is nearly over. They're looking for Clayton Pratt now.
Idea where he is. I know who he is. Why did I say that? I know who he is. I don't know where he is, but I'm not sure we will be seeing the last lap board as well. Just very quickly, obviously you've joined us in the commentary box as well. Just introduce yourself to the live stream, and is there any message that you want to give to anyone back home?
I'm Jack Fingleton, and my mother's watching in Portugal, I think. So hello, and hope you have fun.
And she didn't think of bringing you to Portugal with you, no?
No, she's not bothered.
She's not bothered. Would you rather be here or in Portugal?
Here.
A committed man to the racing there, Jack Fingleton, who unfortunately had a DNF. Ben, what's happening?
The checkered flag is now out, and they're celebrating coming across the line. I don't know who that is, but probably Clayton Pratt.
Well, there we go. I mean, it is so difficult, isn't it, to call a race like this?
Especially when there's no numbers or live stream, so I think we're doing a pretty good job. What about you, Simon?
I mean, I think thanks to the fact that there's more than almost a dozen, in fact, people up here who are watching the race, keeping track of different drivers. I think it was a sensational set of events. I'm going to see if...
Can I say something?
If you can, absolutely, yeah. Who said that to me? Corey, sorry.
I'm Corey Lyons, and thank you, Mom and brothers, for cheering me on all this weekend, and thank you for cheering me on when I won yesterday.
A fantastic message there, Corey. I'm sure they're very, very proud of you indeed. And you did a fantastic job, it has to be said, all of today and indeed all of yesterday. So very well done to you. I'm sure your family are all they're all incredibly proud of you. Ben, do you want to take us through the final order of the top 10?
I don't. That's not the final order.
Is it not?
No. There was 5 people on the finishing, on the lead lap.
Right. I've just your dad has just sent me a picture there.
No, the other one.
The other one we're looking for, are we? See, that's from 1 minute ago, so I think that is the finishing order there.
That's 17. Okay, so we have kart number 4, Clayton Pratt in first place. Kart number 14, Diarmuid Claridge in second place. Kart number 6, Orange Fitzpatrick, 3/10 off Diarmuid Claridge in third place. That's the podium. And kart number 2, Cyril Kavanagh in fourth place. Kart number 13, Daniel O'Sullivan in fifth place. Kart number 9, John Stafford. 6th, 7th, we have kart number 17, Martin Kearney. In 8th place, we have Powell Kiltorcan. 9th place, Glenn Breton. 10th place, Wayne Maloney.
Right, who wants to take us through the drivers who finished in 11th down to 19th? Any volunteers? Yourself, Corey Lyons. Corey, from 11th down to 19th.
11th, kart number 1. 11th, kart number 1. Jeff Kyo. 12th, kart number 3. Anton Cernsky. And 13th, kart number 8, Billy Coogan. 14th, kart number 15, Killian Doyle. 15th, kart number 16, Mark Allen. 16th, number 11, Ricky Burke. 17th, kart number 10, Colin O'Keefe. 18th, kart number 18, Mike Elworthy. And 19th, kart number 7, Andy Neal.
Well, thank you very much, boys, for taking us through the order there, and for all of your punditry throughout this race. Big thanks to all of the drivers who have come up to the commentary box to help us out. As we can see there on the live stream, hello to everyone watching along at home. We hope that you've enjoyed the shout-outs there. From myself, Simon Byford, from all of the drivers here up in the commentary box, big thank you to Colin McLaughlin as well for constantly sending on the live timing. Lads, is there any final messages that any of you want to give to anyone watching at home, Ben?
Thank you, Simon, for leaving us commentate.
Well, it's my, to be fair, I didn't really have much of a choice, because otherwise I would have just been standing up here. I don't know what's happened. Someone's overtaken. I don't know who. Anyone else? Any final words before we sign off?
Thank you, Simon, for letting us up here.
Well, it's my absolute pleasure. Does anyone have any messages for family or anything like that? Actually, here we go. Now, here's an opportunity. You can't run away from me now. The man behind the Kiltorcan Family Fun Day, what do you have to say about it now?
I just want to congratulate each and every driver, especially all these young talents that are rising. Everyone for giving us all such enjoyment all year, and for today. Today isn't possible without the drivers. So well done to everyone, and we look forward to 2025 season.
Are we going to see this event back here next year at the end of the T4 season, do you reckon?
Fingers crossed. It's been a massive success this year, so please God we'll all be here next year. Thank you, Simon, as well, also, for making the day as well. So,
well, I mean, I got invited, so I mean, you should thank the people that suggested me. But no, it has been absolutely fantastic to be here at Kiltorcan Raceway for this T4. No, it is the Kiltorcan Raceway Family Fun Day, and it is an absolutely wonderful occasion. Now, unfortunately, we have had someone lose some money, so please do check your purses, check your wallets, and make sure that you're not missing any money. And if you are, please do come to the reception desk and get in contact, and we can help you find whatever it is that you've lost. So that concludes a wonderful day of racing here at Kiltorcan for the Kiltorcan Family Fun Day 2024. From myself, Simon Byford, from Senan O'Connor on the camera, who has been providing such an incredible live stream all afternoon long, and from all of the drivers here in the commentary box with me, thank you all ever so much for tuning in here at the track and on Facebook. Make sure to follow the Kiltorcan Raceway Facebook account, as well as Vantage Point Video, who provided us with such a wonderful live stream. Big thank you to all the medical personnel and the marshals for allowing us to go racing. From all of us here at Kiltorcan, goodbye.
Can we get in third place in the Bambinos, Danny Clancy? And Billy. In second place, PJ Bowes. And in first place, all the way back to Wexford, Frankie Stafford. We also have a prize for the fastest lap in each race, and this one, it's a Kiltorcan t-shirt, and it's to PJ Bowes.
Hey PJ, it's up for you for your daddy.
Which brings us now on to minis, and Dear McLaren is the mini rep.
Someone clap for me.
And in third place is, fifth place is Harley Barrett. In fourth place is Billy Green. In third place is Jack Harney. In second place is Dear McLaren Jr. And in first place, and the hardest fought first place of the day, was Senna McLaughlin. So the fastest lap in this race went to Jack Harney. So for juniors, we have two reps. We have Mark Allen and Martin Carney. Aaron and Martin disappear and act again. In fifth place, we have Warren Russell. If they were that bit fast on the track, you would have won. In fourth place, I know, fourth place, Joe McCarney. In third place is Billy Clancy. In second place is Tyler Berrington. And in first place was Josh Allen. So the fastest lap went to Billy Clancy.
That's my t-shirt, Billy. Go on, Josh. Come on, guys. I nearly forgot about that.
So for senior, the rep was Eddie Roach. And in fifth place is an early mechanic. In fifth place is Mikey Moore. Only back from injury, hit a bat after the first round of the year. In fourth place is Patrick Hayden.
Come on, Paddy!
In third place is James Byrne. Get your mechanics, lads. In second place is Luke Kavanagh. And in first place is Aaron Cogan. And the fastest lap also went to Aaron Cogan.
Lad, smile, come on.
I'm going to pass you over to Jim McLaren now so I can present the Senior Plus. Come on, I take you.
Thanks, Mickey. Okay, so our senior 168s. In fifth place, Peter McBride. In fourth place, Kyle Kavanagh. In third place, Kevin Stanley. And second place, Eddie Roach. And in first place, Niall Hurson. And our fastest lap of the senior 168 was Kyle Kavanagh. And if you hadn't award for Mickey for not finishing the race, we give it to you too, Mickey.
Couple of new tie rods. So we have another few bits to give out, right? So we judged. We have 5 photography vouchers from Burke, Motorsport Photography, and the way we judged it is who made the most overtakes in a final. Okay? So, and he will give you free coverage of the next event you do that he's covered. So, in the Bambinos was Frankie Stafford. In the minis it was Billy Green. We'll keep it there. Billy Green there. Down to the base. In the juniors, it was Robert Butler. Gained 7 places in the final. She looked like twins. Come on, you may as well.
Robert knows nothing about that.
In the senior, it was a tie, so we gave it to the highest finisher, Paddy Hayden. And in the senior plus, kept out of trouble, the only man to keep out of trouble, I think, Dean Power. We'll hold it for one last. Yeah, we get all the reps here just to give out the last one here. This is for drive of the day. And the mechanics race didn't count. So,
Stand, take a step to your right.
okay.
So,
Go back up. The winner of this had fastest lap in Heat 2 and fastest lap in his final and gained 4 places. So I didn't finish his second heat. He set the fastest lap. He had a fast lap in the final and did have a great drive all day, and it is Kai Cameron.
Kyle, in the middle there. Line out either side. Mickey, you go to the left there so it's even. No need to look so grumpy, lads. Well done, Kyle.
So now we are on to the most important race of the day, the mechanics race. I was surprised that it wasn't a little bit more rough and tumble out there. A few lads had a few bets on and stuff like that against each other. But for the top 3, in 3rd place was Oran Fitzpatrick.
Well done, Oran. Well done, Oran.
2nd place was Dermot Claridge. In 1st place is Clayton Pratt.
Put the chaos there,
concludes our presentation for today, guys. I want to wish each and every one of you a safe journey home, and thank you very much to the reps for an amazing job they did on this year, and we look forward to 2025. Safe home, guys. Thank you.